Can we? Is it 9 o'clock? 1 minute? Okay, everybody. Eindeloze goedemorgen. Welcome to the DNS working group. This is the first time I will be presenting as the new co-chair. We have a very densely packed program. The first three presentations will all be surrounding the DNS for EU project, I guess, or more or less related to it. The first one about the DNS for EU. And after that, the What About Connect by Name presentation from Philip Homburg, the SEC multi-signer models from IC, from Matthijs Mekking, the RIPE and C update, and finally a live demo from the one of the more notable hackathon projects from the weekend preceding this RIPE conference. So because we are so densely packed, without further ado, I present to you Andronicus Kyriakou with the DNS for EU project.
Great. So I think we can start. Good morning, everyone. My name is Andronicus Kyriakou. I am the technical consulting lead at Whalebone. And today I would like to open the discussion about DNS for EU, how we are planning to offer the service and actually protect 100 million users all around Europe. Of course, as you all know, we might be talking about this project for hours and hours. So during this session, I will try to actually summarize the key points, summarize our plans, but I will be more than happy to discuss later during the day or in the evening. To begin with, for anyone who might not be familiar with the project with DNS for EU, basically here is an extract from the original call for proposals. The primary goal of the project is to build a European DNS resolution service which will improve resilience, protect privacy, and foster cross-disciplinary collaboration. Furthermore, DNS for EU will offer protection not only against global, but also local country-specific threats. As it is highlighted in the last sentence, this is a key policy action. It was announced back in 2020, and the reason can be actually traced back to the fact that the vast majority of the public DNS resolvers which are available today are actually operated by non-European entities. More and more users tend to rely on those, so DNS for EU is here to address such consolidation and offer a resilient platform for secure and privacy-compliant DNS resolution. The European Commission issued a call for proposals in the first month of 2022 and outlined that the horizon of the project should be 3 years. At Whalebone, we were already operating such services, offering DNS security to millions of users. So our main focus was to build a strong consortium of members, having members from different disciplines and individual countries. The final shape, the consortium consists of 14 members originating from 10 countries around Europe. The members are a mix of private companies, computer emergency and response teams, NGOs, and national and research education networks. In more detail, the members apart from Whalebone, they are CZNIC, the registry of the .cz domain, the Czech Technical University in Prague, the Belgian law firm time.lex, DESEC, which is a German non-profit organization, the Hungarian CERT, Abilabi from the Financial CERT in Italy, CERT Polska, and the National Cybersecurity Directorate in Romania. At the same time, we have a number of associated partners, such as the Ministry of Electronic Governance from Bulgaria, the National Cybersecurity Center from Portugal, the antivirus company F-Secure from Finland, and Chestnut from the Czech Republic. Basically, each member of the consortium is adding its own expertise and it's contributing to the goals of the project. What are, however, some goals and requirements? So, of course, the main focus is to ensure a reliable and efficient DNS resolution service. All the DNS for EU resolvers and the backend of the service will be located in data centers around Europe and will be bound to strict privacy standards. Compliance with regulations such as GDPR and also national legislations is also to be expected, whereas in the very core, the DNS resolvers of DNS for EU will be performing DNSSEC validation, will support all the latest standards such as DNS over HTTPS, DNS over TLS, eventually DNS over QUIC. Whereas, having said that, we are aiming to conform with all the best practices. We have experience already, but we are very looking forward to the efforts of the DNS Resolver Task Force and the upcoming presentation. Diving a bit deeper, in this slide, we can find a high-level architecture of the project. The main idea behind our proposal is that since DNS was built as a decentralized technology, this is the same approach we would like to follow. In order to achieve that, we have adopted a distributed architecture, combining cloud-based shared infrastructure, but also offering on-premise DNS resolvers to basically ISPs, telcos, or even government offices. This combination, we expect that it will provide the lowest possible latency, but also this distributed nature will increase the resilience. Basically, this is how we expect the system to be robust, right? It's not only about having a big central resolver, but having multiple individual instances. To take this discussion a step further, we have also identified several deployment and also use adoptions. So we'll see them in the next slides. So the key 4 pillars of DNS for EU are the threat intelligence, DNS for telcos, DNS for governments, and DNS for end users. The first case, the cornerstone of the project, is the threat intelligence, which will be generated from the project and will be applied to all the deployment scenarios that we will see. This threat intelligence will be a product of research, and it will be based on the DNS for EU anonymized traffic, as well as continuous information exchange. Then we will also focus on working with operators and offering them dedicated on-premise instances, which will be utilizing the aforementioned threat intelligence. In this case, the operators will be able to deploy the service either on their own IP service or utilize the shared DNS for EU Anycast IP address. Furthermore, on a national level, we have identified that governments and institutions are going to play a major role in this project. So following similar experiences from other countrywide protective DNS resolution services, we expect that we'll offer a ready-made solution to cover their unique requirements. Last but not least, the end users will be offered a public DNS service and an optional protective security / content filtering layer. Let's dive deeper in the individual layers, and I will start from the threat intelligence one. Basically, this is a good starting point as it is the common denominator for the service, right? All the other components will be utilizing it. At Whalebone, we have been working with DNS security for the past few years. We would highlight two key aspects: the accuracy and the coverage of emerging threats, but also the number of false positives. On a foundational level, we will cooperate with existing threat intelligence providers, threat intelligence feeds, and we will incorporate those in order to protect against the global campaigns. This is not something groundbreaking, of course. What is the important differentiator of the project is this second part, which will be the regional threat intelligence exchange. Our plan is basically to focus on individual member states and target emerging threats such as phishing or smishing or other malicious campaigns and block them almost immediately. In order to achieve that, we will cooperate with local certs and we will utilize either existing or initiate new information sharing channels. At the same time, we will use the data from the DNS4EU, the anonymized data, and we'll improve the accuracy of the service. When it comes to this channel initiation and the establishing of the threat intelligence information sharing, basically we are aiming to facilitate the cooperation between certs, but also commercial entities such as banks or parcel delivery companies. Basically, what we see is that in the case of phishing, for example, these organizations who are being targeted are really aware about this from the very, very first minutes, right? So what we aim to do is basically to exchange this information as soon as possible, have this communication channel, have this information flow, and apply it immediately on the DNS4EU level. Furthermore, and moving to the next pillar, on the road to protect the 100 million users, we actually identified from the very, very beginning that telcos would play a very important role in this. So what we see as a major pain point of the operators nowadays is the loss of control and visibility of the DNS traffic, right? Given that the operators are using DNS not only for its original use case, but also for signaling, this results in loss of optimization opportunities. So taking it from the other perspective, from the user perspective, users, they are looking for a fast and transparent DNS service. So with DNS4EU, we aim to support both of these angles. For the operators, we aim to offer them an on-premise DNS resolution service, which will be operated from their data centers. It will support all the latest standards, and we will offer them a large number of integration options so that we can cover their existing operations, monitoring, and also support. For the users, one of the major benefits would be the low latency, would be the privacy-preserving nature of the service, but also the premium threat intelligence which will be optionally applied. The next pillar, DNS for governments, is based on the emerging pattern that can be identified in the last years around the world. We see a number of public organizations and institutions. Of course, they are inherently complex, but they still remain underprotected. So in several cases, such as in the UK, in Australia, in Canada, this has been addressed by introducing quite successfully, if I may, country-wide protective DNS security solutions. The thing is that these solutions were built as turnkey, single-purpose projects, and to that regard, DNS4EU is aiming to offer a ready-made product that can support individual countries or even particular organization in the countries. Yeah, so we see here that the telcos could play a major role, but we would like to be quite flexible in the architecture of this approach, which means that we would have in each country, a combination of country-wide DNS resolvers, maybe for all the organizations. But if there's a very particular use case, we could even go deeper and deploy dedicated DNS resolvers on the premises of independent organizations. This actually multi-tenant approach, we expect that it will allow for flexibility and basically complete separation of the roles. Last but not least, we also plan to make available a service for end user. The architecture behind this option will be utilizing the shared cloud infrastructure. The consortium will be running this infrastructure. Multiple profiles would be made available to the end users. So one of those would be the pure DNS resolution service. Another one would be the protective DNS service, along with the DNS for EU threat intelligence. And we will also make available an option for protective DNS plus adult content filtering. What is quite interesting is that also in this case, we are aiming to invite the telcos, the operators to take part in it. They would be able to host their own local point of presence, and they would be advertising in this way the DNS for EU IP addresses as close to the users as possible. When it comes to the timeline of the project, here is a high-level overview. So let's walk through the plan. This year, in 2023, we are aiming to finalize the technology and the security design and kick off the implementation of the backend of the service. We have already started discussing the options with telcos and governments, and we expect to do it even more intensively in the next months. And later on this year, we will be kicking off the research activities in order to have the first results. In 2024, we would be investing our efforts in setting up the information sharing channels, and we would either be opening new ones or reusing existing ones. At the same time, we expect that all the legislation and security requirements will be achieved during this year. When it comes to 2025, we would like to basically focus on the end users, start attracting them to the service, while scaling the deployments where it is necessary. In 2026 and beyond, we expect to invest in the continuous improvement of the project, and basically at that point, we will be iterating on the existing infrastructure. So to conclude and to summarize the key points, DNS4EU aims to provide a resilient, privacy-focused DNS resolution service for all European citizens, as well as, and this is very important, generate highly actionable threat intelligence. The service will be offered not only to the public, to the end users, but also to governments, institutions, and operators. As it has been highlighted during the presentation, but I think it's also worth noting once more, one key of the project is the collaboration and the stakeholder involvement. So I'm very much looking forward to your questions, the discussion, either now or during later today. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We have first one question online from Brett Carr. He asks, will blocking/filtering be universal across telcos, government, and users, or customized for each group or customer?
Basically, this will depend on the individual case. So we will have some local threat intelligence available for the governments. And then when it comes to the telcos, there will be different options, and the user will be able to select which one to choose from.
Okay.
Maxim Tuliv, NetAssist. In my life, I saw two major internet censorship systems to be merged. First in Russia, second in Ukraine. And from my point of view, the sole purpose of this system is internet censorship. Maybe you have some safeguards in your system not to go to this way, some protectors not to become a big censor.
Yes, that's quite an important topic. It's a question we have been challenged quite a lot of times, and we are aiming to basically implement. Basically, the European Commission will not have any access in the configuration of the system. Yeah, the system will be run by the consortium. The consortium is basically consisting of multiple independent member countries, right? And so we don't see that basically this will be the case, that we are building a system for censorship.
Good morning, Michel Anners, Lukix, Luxembourg. I didn't hear anything about exchanges. Are you looking at placing DNS node at internet exchanges to make them available universally?
At this point in time, we don't have it into consideration, but again, we haven't finalized the setup, right? So if this is the case, I would be happy to discuss it.
You should consider it.
Thank you.
Peter Hessler, internet user. A common problem I've seen with a lot of these so-called adult filtering systems that existed in many regions of the world is a removal of anything that is not so-called for straight people, essentially. So removing a lot of LGBTQ information, removing a lot of information about puberty and how your body grows. What sort of protections do you have to prevent legitimate medical and helpful information about human rights from being accidentally, air quotes, being filtered as adult content?
Thank you for that. Basically, I would start this discussion from the fact that this adult filtering will be completely optional, right? We will not impose it on the end users. So far, at Whalebone and with the rest of the consortium members, we have been building this database, in order to basically be able to avoid these situations. We are refining the use cases, and we will also make possible to the users to actually report these situations so that we will not be blocking legitimate content. Of course, it might happen, right? But this is the case with all the systems, and we will try to basically have the tools in place to avoid it to the best extent possible.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think we have to cut the line. Liman?
There's also one question online still. Is there an official website for the DNS4U project? Asks Markus Zeilinger.
Yes, so right now, there's the whalebone.io/DNS4U, which has the latest information. I will make sure to put a link into the slides. And eventually we will build more dedicated websites.
Good, Michel again. I see co-founded by the European Union, co-funded. I know that the EU has the call out to finance the initial setup, but how are you looking at financing this in the long run?
Yeah, so one of the basically requirements of the service was to be commercially viable, right? So that's why the 4 pillars of the service are built around this premise. First of all, when it comes to the service for the operators, this will be a commercial service, right? The operators will be getting the service and all the benefits of it. And the same will apply for the DNS for governments.
Good morning, Peter Koch-Dienig. The question might be a bit premature, but therefore it isn't about filters. Under NIS2, this is going to be critical infrastructure. Now you mentioned in your presentation that this is with independent organizations, I think you said. Can we expect that it will be covered by a single regulator in one EU country, or what are your thoughts about that? The background of the question is that, of course, this is an interesting experiment because the Commission is now sitting on both sides of the game here.
Yeah, and I see we're running a bit out of time, but to the best of my knowledge, basically, the consortium will be operating from Czech Republic as we are leading the consortium by Whalebone, and we will be falling under the regulations in the Czech Republic.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning, Sebastian Bacholet, end user. What could be the role of the CCTLD manager or registry? Thank you.
You mean of CZNIC or in general?
This one is member of your consortium, therefore the others from Europe.
Right now, we don't have some particular role for the CCTLD managers, but we are really open to discussing that.
Thank you very much. During the last RIPE conference, RIPE 85, there was the foundation or establishment of the best common practice task force for resolvers, and Shane is going to tell you how that has all been progressing.
That's correct. Yes. So if you were at the BCOP meeting on Monday evening, this is going to look very familiar to you. It's basically the same presentation, but the idea again is to give an update about the status of the task force. Introductions. My name is Shane Kerr. I work for NS1, DNS company, recently bought by IBM. I'm a former, I was one of the co-chairs of the DNS working group when this work was discussed, and that's kind of how I got roped into helping out with this effort. So what is this task force? This is the mission statement from the webpage. I just copied and pasted it. And basically the idea is to look at what the current best practices are for running a DNS resolver, mostly focused on public resolvers, but also we made a decision to focus on any resolver, or to support recommendations for any resolver. And that's basically the idea. So what is the status of this work? We started the task force in between RIPE meetings. So there was a decision, the RIPE chair agreed to found the task force at the last RIPE meeting. We had a bit of a slow startup trying to figure out exactly which people would be involved with the work and so on. That's all been sorted out. We've had a few online meetings. We finally met in person, although only 4 of us are here at this RIPE meeting. So what have we actually done? We know what we're going to do. We have an outline, a long list of topics, which I'll go over a little bit later. And then we have great hopes and dreams for basically doing the rest of the work of turning this list of topics into actual structured recommendations. So that's kind of what we are, who we are, and where we're at. I'll give a short bit of background now to explain how we got here. So now, given the information presented in the last slide, I don't need to talk too much about the fact that there are public resolvers and the observation that the European Commission had about that and the concerns they had that. So why is RIPE doing this thing when obviously there's very serious and funded people taking coordinated and well-organized action on this? As you can imagine, the RIPE community wasn't super thrilled with the idea of a resolver being controlled by people who maybe weren't familiar with the RIPE community, didn't have previous history with it. There's also in the internet community at large, and especially in this region, a history of distrust of governments in general, kind of libertarian bent to the way things run. So I think based on that, there was this kind of feeling that we're not sure that we want this to happen in a way that we have no control or input on. But there wasn't a lot of appetite for the RIPE community putting forward a proposal for running an European Commission funded public resolver, or or recommending that a subgroup of RIPE community members do that. So instead, João Damas talked to a lot of people, and his proposal was, let's just make a set of recommendations. We'll make a document which says, anyone who's going to be running such a service, these are the ways that we think you should do it. And that's kind of where we're at. So what philosophy and approaches did we decide on for this? So the first thing is there's a ton of existing documentation, many things. So this includes not only things like IETF RFCs and things like that, best common practice documents. It also includes a bunch of other people have put together quite reasonable list of things, security organizations, both IRTs and collections of security folks, and all kinds of really good stuff. And so our goal is to sort of curate and collect that, and basically provide pointers with an explanation of what we think you should get out of other documents. And that's probably going to be most of this document. It's just going to be when you're thinking about how to set your packet sizes to minimize fragmentation, and here's a great document explaining why you want to do that and so on. Another philosophy that I've tried to push on the group is to say it's okay to have opinions. In previous task force that I've worked on in RIPE, we've tried very hard to kind of take the neutral and open way of the RIPE community and just kind of reflect that in the document. However, there are a few things that we think it's okay to be a little more assertive. And in my next slide, I give a couple of examples of that. So for example, we're going to have some documentation and talk about centralization. One of the motivations for some of the people in this task force is that they're concerned about the increasing centralization of services and power, basically, on the internet. So we think it's okay to push for distributed models and well, basically that, push for distributed models and self-hosting and that kind of stuff. Another example of a opinionated thing that we're going to say is open source is usually better than proprietary software. Now, I work for a company that makes proprietary software. There's nothing wrong with it. In many contexts, it's great. For something like this, we think that it's better to have open source, and there's a lot of reasons we can go into why that is. And these are the examples of the kind of things which we're going to say, hey, this is what we think is the right way to do things, which is not going to be something that the entire community is going to agree on, but I think that's okay. And also, a little bit of controversy sparks interest, so that's good. All right, so we have a whole bunch of topics. I just pulled this from our online documentation. There's a link in the slides which you can download and follow. Currently, we're using GitHub for our work. My approach there was that I thought it would be a good way to make sure that not only the resulting document, but also the discussion around the text that gets in there could also be kind of historically archived. And also, I'm a programmer, so I like GitHub. I didn't want to throw everything in a Google Doc. I'm not sure that approach for work is actually working out very well. It turns out that people who aren't programmers aren't super happy about using GitHub for text authoring, but we'll see how that goes. Anyway, this is a list of topics. Each of these is basically a very high level area, and there's going to be a whole lot of text exploded out under that. Again, you can go to the link and see where we're at with all of that. I think, could we do less than this list? Of course, but I think we need to at least consider the possibility that each of these areas is something that's going to be very important for someone running a public resolver. There is some question whether or not we expect this document to be useful for auditing at a later time. Could you say, like, I want to say, are you meeting all these requirements? In which case, all of these bullets will have to be something that can be measured and tested. This is something that's come out of earlier efforts like kindness, the kind DNS stuff, and things like that. RPKI, like the Manners project, like, can you actually check it? We're not actually focusing on that now, but that is something that is slightly under consideration. And yeah, here's the link. You can see a fuller list. Again, you can just click on the link and see where we're at with that. And that's basically it. What are we going to be doing next? We may revisit the group of people that's in the task force. It's actually quite a large group of people for a task force. And I think the idea there was to get a wider set of backgrounds and specialties. Unfortunately, there's probably a perfect size for task force depending what you're doing, and it's probably a bit too big now. So we may want to say people who don't feel like they're personally super invested in this effort, we may want to like ask them to say, hey, we know you don't have time, that's cool, let's find someone else who does, or not find someone else. And of course, we actually need to flesh out the text. There was a hopefully humorous suggestion we use ChatGPT to flesh out the text at the BCOP session. If you're interested in helping with that effort, please see me after the meeting. And then, of course, we want to publish a draft RIPE document. The original timeline for the task force was to have it published like a month before this meeting or something like that, which, considering we didn't start until after the last RIPE meeting, was basically a fantasy. But our goal, our next step will be to publish a draft RIPE document. And of course, then we'll elicit feedback from various communities, especially the RIPE community. We're also hoping to get that done before the OARC meeting, which is in September, so we can talk to DNS operators and researchers there and other people who are there. After that, I don't know, at some point it's going to become a RIPE document, and then the task force work will be done. That doesn't mean that the work is done at that point. As always, then we'll have hopefully a set of reasonable recommendations, and then it will be up to DNS working group or individual members of the community to decide what to do with it next. I'm hoping there'll be a conversation with the DNS for EU folks, as well as other operators. Quad 9 is based in Switzerland, so they're within our region. And there's no reason we can't talk to, OpenDNS and Google and Cloudflare and all of them and say, hey, could you look at the transparency section? Could you look at the recommendations for technology and so on, and maybe adopt them? That's it.
Thanks, Shane. We have, again, first a question online from Brett Carr. Some of this work seems very similar to the kind DNS work being done by Ike and Org. Will you be working with them?
We are not going, I don't currently have any plans to have an explicit like coordination or liaison sort of effort. Of course, we're going to steal as much as we can from their recommendations if it makes sense. I don't know too much about that work, but I've heard that various operators are nervous about it because it comes from ICANN, which is probably unfortunate, but I think that's the reality of the situation. And I would hate for our effort to get kind of trust issues and concerns for being closely aligned.
Benno Overeiner, NL Labs. Well, a little bit similar to the question before. So you asked, well, you mentioned the DNS working group could do a review, but more proactively, how can the DNS working group help you right now? Giving not, well, feedback of a review of a document, that's part of it, but maybe writing the document, you need input already from the community. I was also thinking, yeah, you have or collaboration with other organizations like FIRST. They also have a DNS track, or I don't know how they, working groups, I think they call it, the DNS working group, or maybe the Global Cyber Alliance, and also people here in the room. I don't know if they're interested, or maybe they have experience, or want to proactively contribute, or whatever. Is there room for the task force? Is it?
So, I mean, we have, FIRST is definitely, they have some public documentation, which is really interesting for us. And we're going to, again, try to point to that and kind of filter out what we think is useful there. We hadn't considered more radical styles of creating a RIPE document. I mean, maybe that's reasonable. My thinking was basically the intention was to do this in sort of traditional task force style. A group of people with gray hair would get into a room and think great thoughts, and out would pop a document that the community would then say, this is terrible, I have grave concerns, and then eventually we'd end up with something good at the end. But maybe given the wide range and reach of topics, maybe it does make sense to do it in a more, now, again, it's on GitHub, so in principle, anyone can make a pull request and suggest text. But that's the sort of thing that doesn't happen necessarily by itself. So as you said, maybe reaching out and asking people to contribute is a better way to do that. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. I know that was a very political answer. We're sort of saying that's an interesting suggestion and we will consider it, but that's actually my answer. So.
Any more questions for Shane? If not, thank you. The next speaker will be the only online speaker in the session, which is Jeff Houston, all the way from the other side of the world, I think.
Yes.
Yes, we can hear you, Jeff.
Great.
You can go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'm going to speak again on this topic of DNS for EU. And looking at it from a measurement perspective, because sometimes you kind of get this ideal opportunity to look at something before and after its introduction, to actually see and measure if the promises are realized or not. And in theory, this whole DNS for EU initiative is actually an ideal opportunity to measure the landscape. So, you know, the kinds of questions are pretty obvious questions. The first is, where are we now in the EU about who uses what resolvers? And that's very quickly what I'd like to report on today. I won't take much time. And then some sort of comments about how it would be easy to measure the impact of DNS for EU and how it would be hard or more challenging. And it really depends on the deployment choices for DNS for EU that are actually going to answer that kind of question. And I would encourage the folk in DNS for EU to think hard about sort of choices that make measurement easy in this area. Now, there are many ways to measure the DNS. What we do at APNIC, myself and Joao Damas, is to actually use an out-looking in methodology. we use an online ad campaign. We use a large scale online ad campaign, and we seed end users with unique URLs, basically unique DNS labels, and then get them to fetch them. Because they've got a number of elements in there that are one-off use, there's no caching involved. Those queries are going to pass off to our authoritative DNS server. And in essence, there's enough encoding in the DNS label to match the query against the user, against the ad that was being impressed. So that when a certain DNS resolver asks us a question, we have some idea of which user was originally seeded with the URL that contained that question. We can then match IP addresses all the way through and find which users use which resolvers. Interestingly, of course, if you think about the relationship between a user and the resolver, very quickly, I think there are four sort of big buckets between users and the resolvers they use. The first of these is you're using a known open resolver, whether it's Cloudflare, Quad9, Google, OpenDNS, whatever. They're either using a constant AS for their server, their back-end engines doing resolution, or they publish a list of IP addresses that their servers use when those open resolver engines make queries to authoritatives. So it's not the front-end address. You never see Quad8 querying at the back, but you need to know what server addresses Quad8 uses, for example. So it could be an OpenDNS resolver. Obviously, and most prevalent, it could be in the same origin AS as the user. It could be the user's ISP. There's a smaller class, which is we seem to geolocate you to the same country, but not necessarily the same AS. It happens that some ISPs put their resolvers in a different network than their users. Yeah, that could be the case. Or there's some other mechanism. And curiously, sometimes they just geolocate to a different country. And sometimes it's the geolocation tools that are wrong, and sometimes it really is in a different country. This happens. The next thing is query behavior, because you might think you've given the user one DNS label to query, and the user in their stub resolver has handed that into the DNS cloud, and the recursive resolver is picked and it makes a query to our authoritative. Nice idea, but on the whole, on average, we see about 1.5, 1.6 queries per unique label. So almost immediately your query starts to fan out and multiple resolvers take on that query. So on average, it's around 1.6. So interestingly, the one who answers first is important. The one who pops in the first query is the one with the first answer. That's the one the user's going to believe. The second idea is, well, if I just put in one query, all these other resolvers, all these recursives got to see you. They're looking. And so that's that second class of a single query actually pulls up multiple recursive resolvers who get to look over the shoulder and see what you're doing. And last and not least is the situation when the name doesn't resolve properly, takes too long or whatever, and the DNS, being an awfully persistent protocol, simply asks more recursive resolvers. And so when you deliberately create either non-answering or, in our case, serve fail, you get to flush out a whole lot more resolvers who may get to see the user. So that's the results that we get applying that methodology, just looking at the first query. And this is from February, start of last year. So it's around 14 months or so until today. And there's a fascinating story going inside there that Google, which is in orange, peaked a little over a year ago and is now declining. That its use has actually come down for this first query. The same country is growing ever so slightly. And the ISP resolver has climbed considerably, almost as the direct opposite of Google. So that's the first query. If we look at all queries, in other words, sending back serve fail and seeing who's in your backup lists, Google is very commonly used as a backup, as a resolver that you use when, you know, nothing's answering. Oh God, let's just ask Google and see if there really is an answer. So the hit rate is higher, but same kind of pattern. It was bigger last year than this year. This year it's smaller. Let's now look at just those two major open resolvers in use in Europe. Google and Cloudflare are the two major ones. And in Google's case, the usage peaked at around 27% of users in around March of last year. And ever since then, its market share within Europe has been declining to around 9 to 9.5% these days. Cloudflare peaked a little later, around mid last year, but yet again, it's been declining. And in recent weeks, the decline is even steeper. The visible use of Cloudflare is actually really quite low. So what we're seeing is that the ISP resolver is very, very strongly dominant at around 80-odd%. Google's public DNS certainly has 80% of the open resolver market, but that open resolver market itself is less than 10%, and it's a strong enterprise signature. Usage is higher on weekdays than weekends. So what you're seeing is the folk who don't wish to use the ISP defaults tend to be on the enterprise side and tend to be during weekdays when their use is more intense than weekends. The big lesson, even today, users don't stray away from defaults, and these days the ISP resolver is predominant across the European market. Now you kind of go, well, is that Europe, or is this just what the world does? Interestingly, Australia and New Zealand have the lowest use of open resolvers at around 7.8%. And Eastern Asia, which is China, is also quite low. And then there's Europe, and then North and South America between 15 and 20%. And interestingly, across Africa, the use of open resolvers is far higher, predominantly because I think Google's public DNS offering is incredibly well used across Africa. And it may well be reliability, it may well be speed, there may be a whole bunch of factors, but Google's predominant global presence is actually sitting inside Africa and not inside Europe or America or Oceania. So is Europe different? Not really. So then you go, well, how big could DNS for EU be if it is really aiming at replacing some of these offshore open resolvers from a European perspective, the Googles and the Cloudflares, with a local offering? And less than 10% of users, and most of those are enterprise, are directing their queries away from the local ISP. It would seem actually that the potential for change in Europe is actually not all that great to start with. This is not a significant user base anymore. Google and Cloudflare does not have, Quad9 for that matter, does not have a strong European presence anymore. So let's now actually get into how can we measure it? Well, if DNS for EU used the same kind of mechanisms as the existing open DNS resolver services, and I'm not talking about the front end address, you know, all 9s, all 10s, all whatevers, that doesn't matter. It's the addresses they use at the back end. And the whole issue is if they use dedicated addresses or a dedicated autonomous system for each of the instances of their server engines, then that's quite easy to actually see when people do it, when people use it. And as long as there is distinct service addresses, that's going to work and we can measure it. If, on the other hand, DNS for EU takes a software-based or even software plus platform path and beds it deeply into the existing ISP recursive resolver service and becomes the replacement DNS engine using the ISP's IP addresses to perform their DNS queries, it's going to be invisible. It's so deeply embedded in the ISP infrastructure, no one externally can see whether it's being used or not. And that would certainly be difficult if you want to measure the success or otherwise of this initiative over the coming years. So that's kind of what I said. If it's going to use a constant service address and anycast and dedicated backend addresses, then we can measure this much the same as all the other open DNS resolvers. Deep embedding, it becomes very, very difficult to find out that it's being used from an external standpoint because the ISP is asking you a DNS query. Yeah, you can't readily tell which engine is being used as a result of that query. And I think that brings us a little closer onto the track for the timetable. So I'll happily answer any questions if there are any. Otherwise, I'll hand it on to the next speaker. Thank you.
Thanks, Jeff. We have again first a question online, this time not from Brad, so he missed his hat trick, but from Marcus. He asks, maybe I missed it, but how can the strong decline in usage of Google Cloudflare public DNS from last year to now be explained?
Oh, that's a much harder question. I just told you it declined. I didn't say why, because I don't know. You'd need to go and ask a few 100 million EU users why they moved. I really don't understand that movement. No, sorry. Maybe others in the room have a better idea.
Peter Hessler. As you know, many of the modern browsers, Chrome and Firefox specifically, have certain settings that will override and ignore the system resolver settings, and the web browsers will choose their own preferred DNS servers. Are you able to measure whether or not the DNS resolvers you're seeing in your experiments are chosen by the web browser, or are they the system configured DNS resolvers?
Let me quickly flip to this slide and make the observation that Cloudflare did team up with Firefox in their DNS over HTTPS, work. And if Cloudflare was rising, then Firefox might well be implicated. But that's the opposite of what we see for Europe. And don't forget, this is only a European count. It's not across the entire internet. And that seems to sort of point to the fact that that partnership between the browser and some of these open resolver engines is not exactly getting a whole heap of users. And some of this stuff, I think, is actually bigger in the slideware than it is in practice. We were looking at use of Apple's private data relay because that also will affect the use of DNS. And the preliminary numbers, because Apple publish addresses that they use for private relay, is really, really small. So again, a lot of noise, but the substance is a lot lower. So I suspect in this case, the wrapping up in the browser, Peter, doesn't happen as much as folk would like or not like to see. It isn't that common based on this kind of evidence.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff.
And thank you. I will stop sharing and hand it all back. Thank you.
Next speaker is Philip Romberg, who will be telling you all about Connect by Name.
So, let me get it. Surprisingly, I'm not going to talk about DNS for EU. Apparently, that's the topic here. But I'm going to say a little bit when Jeff said before DNS for EU, then in this presentation that is literally true, I want to talk about software that originates DNS queries, and in particular, I want to look at setting up a TCP connection or a TLS connection, and what we do there, what we can do in the future. In the good old days, it was really simple. You call get host by name, then you get a list of addresses. There were only addresses. I mean, there was no IPv6, so it was not called IPv4. You loop over that, try connect, and then you're done. And sometimes there were applications that would only try to connect to the first address, and that was frowned upon. Then we get IPv6, and it gets more complex, but fortunately we get other info, which abstracts a lot from that. And then we basically triggered another issue that was before, and that is if you try to connect to an address that is not reachable, then it may take a long time for connect to time out, which causes unhappy people. And then happy eyeballs was invented to make them happy again. But happy eyeballs is hard to implement for applications. So it's basically web browsers do it, not much else. But this is not the IPv6, that will be next. So I will not talk a lot about that part of the problem. I will focus more on the DNS aspects. And in DNS, we have stuff like Dane, which few applications do because it's hard to do in an application. We will get HTTPS SVCB, which requires a lot of work in the application. So how do applications do that? I guess SRV could have been moved into get other info, but nobody did. So that is also mostly ignored. So the thing that came up is if we want to make life better for applications, can we have a library call? And then somebody coined it as connect by name, and you give it a host name, you give it a service, and it gives you back a socket. So the first one is sort of the typical Unix way of doing it. A socket file descriptor is just an integer, and you have -1 if you overload errors over data, but you can make it a little bit complex, and you say, well, it should get an explicit context with some configuration options. We separate the sockets from the error code and stuff like that, and then we still have a relatively simple call. In this call, if we stop here, then there's two things that we didn't do. One is many applications these days want to have some sort of event-based system. You don't want to have a blocking call anymore. And the second thing is that 20 years ago, giving back a TCP socket was maybe a good idea, but these days applications need TLS. So if we stop here, then the application still has to do all the TLS stuff, and we didn't gain that much. And then if you play with that for a while, and then unfortunately within the time I got here, I can't go over all the options, and then it gets a bit more complex. But basically it is you have a bunch of callback functions at the top that you pass to lib event, then you get the asynchronous thing. I came up with some configuration options, and I focus here only on DNS. I mean, if you want to do, I don't know, happy eyeballs, you would have parameters and interfaces and stuff like that. But for DNS, you may want to say, okay, I want to have a DNS transport that has, for example, authenticated encryption. I may want to connect to a very specific resolver because I trust that one. On my connection to the resolver, because I mean people invented DNS over HTTPS, we import all kinds of things like ALPNs and whatever weird stuff that we may want to also configure. But of course, in this case, the default should be sensible, so you can leave it out. The initialize configuration stuff. Then you have the connect by name asynchronous thing, and that just tells you that it started. And then if you use lib event, then somewhere in your application you call event-based dispatch to basically get lib event going, and then the rest of it works with callbacks. So that's all fine. Here I have a bit of background on that project. We got funding from the NLNet Foundation. We built a prototype. At the moment, just a prototype. There's the URL at the bottom if you want to play with it. So it is asynchronous. It does happy eyeballs. It does Dane, and it's on top of getDNS. And there's one thing that I forgot to mention in the previous slide, And that is if you use lib event, then within lib event, you have a bit of a buffering code that can transparently give you TCP or TLS as an application. You don't have to care anymore. So then you can also roll in data. What we found is that if we zoom into the DNS, is that with all of the DNS transports, you start to get something like an application has to talk to DNS over an increasingly large number of transports. And then every application probably uses a different language or library or whatever. So you get a huge mess of all the different options that the applications are trying to do. And it also pulls a huge amount of code into every application. So we said, okay, the existing way to deal with that is that you just have a local proxy. Then application can just talk the plain old UDP over port 53 and the proxy will handle all of it. But now the application has completely lost any control over what happens upstream. So we said if we define a new DNS option, then we can manage that. And in the interest of time, I'm not going to say a lot of this. There's a draft for that, and contact me if you have feedback of the option. Now, for a bit of reflection, it's like such a connect by name call is so simple that there must be other people who have thought about it. There must be people who have done interesting work in this area. And the most interesting one that I know of is what Apple is doing. Well, I'm not a programmer for Apple devices, so I don't have first-hand experience. This is just from the presentation linked here at the top in the URL. But basically, Apple has a language called Swift, which nobody outside Apple is using, and they have a closed source, nice bit of code. So this is like, okay, it's very good for concepts, but it's very limited to Apple's ecosystem. But what I find interesting here is that if you have more modern language, then you can have the callback things essentially in line, because it says connection.state update handler equals, and then a block of code is there that will be executed in the callback, which is not something you can really do that nice in C. And then they have the thing like they give some parameters first, then install the callback later, and then have a start thing, which is different from the typical pattern you see in the C lib event code. So Apple, of course, has a lot of experience dealing with mobile devices, so they are very explicit about what happens if a network interface comes and goes. But the thing I was interested in is sort of these kinds of procedures, how you add them if you have a language that supports it, which brings me to the final part of this sort of rushed presentation, and that is at NLnet Labs. We have a lot of experience with Rust because our RPKI tools are written in Rust, and we were trying to sort of also move all of the new DNS work that we're doing to Rust. So we basically stopped the C implementation of Connect by name, leave that as a prototype, and we're now building up library codes. And then as just a very simple proof of concept, I wrote some things like, how do you do this stuff in Rust? So at the top is a function that sends an HTTP request and prints the results. But if you put asyn in front of it, then Rust will take care of the hard work. And then if you want to do the same kind of callbacks, Apple does, then in Rust with some effort, you can also do that. So that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you, Philip. Yeah, there's no room for questions, so I suggest that all the questions, we take them to the hallway after the session. That's very important. Yes, Matthijs Mekking from ISC will be presenting on the multi-sign-on solutions within ISC's software environment.
Yes, hello, Matthijs. Another software story. I work for the IC. I'm going to tell a little tale about multi-signer models in Bind, and I have to be quick because 2 years ago I was invited at ICANN DNSSEC workshop on multi-signer panels, and basically my input there was, this works in Bind, great, yeah, we're done. And it works, but also it doesn't, and there are two things that doesn't really work that way. We'll get to that. First of all, this is not DNSSEC's hard story. Yes, I'm describing some weird scenarios. Things will go wrong here, but majority, if you're doing DNSSEC signing, DNSSEC policy just works. And multi-signer is a new setup. You're finding new things, and it's also not a common setup right now, at least. So multi-signer, who doesn't know what multi-signer is? Okay, a few folks. I will quickly go over it then. Multiple DNS providers. You do this because you want to have high reliability. Maybe your zone is very important and you don't want to have a single point of failure. So have another provider, you do two or more even. And some of those providers may have their own signing solutions or do some trickery, and they can't rely on regular zone transfers. So you have to have two signers, and they both do signing independently. So that's why we have the multi-signer model. It also can help actually with a smooth provider transition when you want to move from one to another without going unsigned. All of this is described in the RFC, which are listed here. And basically that RFC describes two kinds of models. Forget about model 1 right now. Model 2 is the more common one where each provider has its own unique set of keys. And yeah, this is also one that works best with Bind. The other one is not possible in Bind right now. And the documentation currently says that you have to use auto-DNSSEC allow, and that's basically because when you're having multiple providers, you have to have some coordination between key rollovers. But you still need to have creating key files of the other provider is kind of a hassle, and also auto-DNSSEC is marked as deprecated, so we want to make it work with DNSSEC policy as well. From the multi-signer project, these are like a couple of capabilities that the server has to follow, and with dynamic update, Bind is able to do that right now, all of them. But this is not the end of the story, as I said in the beginning, because there's a draft in the ITF which actually describes all kinds of use cases that you have to follow when you're, for example, a provider joining a multi-signer group, leaving, what happens when there's a key rollover, what coordination steps you have to follow. That's all described in this draft document. Funny enough, there's also proof of concept implementation in this multi-signer project. It's called Music, and if you know me, I love to talk about music and take pictures of music. So, but in this sign, it's a multi-signer controller. You can use that to test your servers if they follow these use case scenarios correctly. And there's actually two scenarios implemented right now where a signer joins a group and where it leaves a group. The key rollover scenarios have yet to be implemented, but I thought I would give it a try anyway with Bind. So inspired by the tool, I set up 3 zones, POP, which is simple zone, primary, does DNSSEC policy. Then I have a punk zone, which does inline signing. I will get what that exactly means into a minute. And then some weirder setup, which is pirate metal. It's a bump in the wire scenario. So yeah, and the goal is to add a signer to that signer group. And then we have the music controller, multi-signer controller, doing queries to these signers, doing updates to the signers, updating the DNS key set, etc. So let's look at that first POP zone example. Basically, the signer in this case will maintain one zone, will add the DNSSEC records there, and regular signing. So these are the steps that are listed in the draft from the ITF. Don't read this. It's a long list of steps you have to follow, but basically it's synchronizing the DNS key set, CDS set, waiting the right amount of time before so these things can reach the caches, etc. If you translate that to the music tool, it has a client tool that you can say step FSM, which is basically try to move to the next step. So I did this on the pop example and everything sort of worked fine. I saw updates coming in. I saw the CDS sets being synchronized. I see it failed on that step where it had to wait for a TTL. So all is good. Yeah, it worked, but there were some quirks. You can look at the logs here. It's an excerpt of the log, and it actually says after updating the DNS key from the other provider, it tries to find the private key material because without the DNSSEC bind, you could actually do key rollovers by updating the DNS key set with dynamic update. And then you sort of trigger like, I need to sign this zone with these new keys. But since these are from the other providers, we don't have the key files. Still works though, because we have our own keys and they are from the same algorithm. So we actually do have keys. We are able to sign the zone. We can do it. So ignore the ones that are access. And yeah, it works. But it sort of feels like it's not intentional. So we want to have a fix in place where how we determine which keys need to be signing will be changed. We won't be looking at the DNS key set anymore, but we will look at the existence of the key files because you need them anyway if you're going to sign the zone. Second issue, the tool was done, but some later our internal key manager runs and then he sees in the state file, hey, this key needs to have the DS, so CDS needs to be published. So I'm going to put back that CDS record. Only for our case K, not from the other provider, and because we don't know about the state of that one. And you can see this can be problematic for CDS scanners. Suddenly the CDS is missing, and the parent might think, oh, I need to remove a DS record. So this is because the music tool, after it sees that the DS parent records and the parent are synced with the CDS, it removes them all from all the signers. And so a workaround there could be that you just keep CDS synced with the ones in the parent. But we also added a fix so you can actually disable CDS and CDNS key automatic publication. Okay, now for the fun part, inline signing. Inline signing, if you enable this in bind, if you don't know it, you actually can maintain an unsigned version of the zone and a signed version of the zone. And whenever the unsigned version is updated, you will sync it, you will re-sign everything, etc. I tried to move this to the step. I couldn't continue here because it wouldn't sync the DNS key record. So let's see what's going on in the logs. We see that there's a dynamic update. It's trying to add the DNS keys of the other provider. It tries to read the key files again. But our DNS keys are in the signed version of the zone. But the providers, from the other provider, the keys, we don't have the key files for. So it's looking at the DNS key set in the unsigned version of the zone, tries to assign them, but it can't find the key files for it, etc. Basically what's happening here, auto DNSSEC signing method and inline signing method conflict with each other. So sort of like a bug that we discovered by trying this new setup. Yeah, we have a DNS key in the unsigned zone. We don't have the key files, as I said. Don't try to sign the unsigned version of the zone, only try to sign the signed version. Okay, with this fix in place, I still got the same error. And that is with inline signing, we never sync the DNSSEC records from the unsigned version to the signed version because the unsigned version should not have DNSSEC records, right? We are maintaining that. This all changes again with multi-signer because now we have multiple providers trying to synchronize these records. So we need another fix. We need to allow syncing of DNS key records, but also we have to be careful that other providers aren't able to remove our DNS key records. Okay, four issues found already with the multi-signer setup. This is great. After these fixes have been put in place, I can actually make the inline signer work, adding that to the multi-signer group. Okay, let's go crazy. The bump in the wire. we have a hidden primary that the music tool cannot reach, and then it transfers the unsigned version to the signer. There, the server maintains another unsigned version of the zone and then does the signing with inline signing. And we're going to add a new signer which has its own hidden primary. There's a lot of service involved and a lot of NSs. Wow, I thought I had 5 minutes left.
U dient het gebouw te verlaten via de daarvoor aangegeven nooduitgang. Maak geen gebruik van de liften. Attention. Please leave the building.
This was not what I intended, but let's go crazy.
Do not use the elevators. Attentie. U dient het gebouw te verlaten via de daarvoor aangegeven nooduitgang. Maak geen gebruik van de liften. Attention. Please leave the building using the emergency exits as indicated. Do not use the elevators. Attentie. U dient het gebouw te verlaten via de daarvoor aangegeven nooduitgang. Maak geen gebruik van de liften. Attention. Please leave the building using the emergency exits as indicated. Do not use the elevators. Attentie. U dient het gebouw te verlaten via de daarvoor aangegeven nooduitgangen. Maak geen gebruik van de liften. Attention. Please leave the building using the emergency exits as indicated. Do not use the elevators. Attentie. U dient het gebouw te verlaten via de daarvoor aangegeven nooduitgangen. Maak geen gebruik van de liften. Attention. Please leave the building using the emergency exits as indicated. Do not use the elevators. Attentie. U dient het gebouw te verlaten via de daarvoor aangegeven nooduitgangen. Maak geen gebruik van de liften. Attention. Please leave the building using the emergency exits as indicated. Do not use the elevators.
Let's go crazy, press the file.
So everyone appears to be back except the guy from the audio team. So we don't have a mic yet, unfortunately. So we have to wait.
Attention, attention, ladies and gentlemen. Due to a technical malfunction, the evacuation alarm went off in the building. This is a false alarm. I repeat, this is a false alarm and there is no need to evacuate the building. We are very sorry and we apologize for the inconvenience. Attention, attention, ladies and gentlemen. Due to a technical malfunction, the evacuation alarm went off in the building. This is a false alarm. I repeat, this is a false alarm and there is no need to evacuate the building. We are very sorry and we apologize and we are very sorry for the inconvenience.
Test, test. Hello.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Yeah, I hope you have some more time. I think we'll extend the DNS working group a bit into the break. Go ahead, Mark.
Sorry about that. I'm not sure what word triggered the alarm, whether it was DNSSEC or pirate metal. Let's go crazy. No? Okay. The final scenario that I want to talk to you about is the bump in the wire. It was more for me, let's see what else we can find. First thing, I think this is where I left off indeed. The music tool wants to talk to designers, wants to update designers, and we need some special configuration because the hidden primaries are not available to music tools. We're gonna run the scenario again. The singer wants to join the band. I can move towards this step, where we want to publish CDS records of all the providers and all designers. Let's see what's going on. We're adding the CDS record into the hidden primary with the forwarding, and it's rejecting it because bind has a check where it looks if publishing the CDS record makes sense. And basically that means you also have to have a DNS key there of the same algorithm, otherwise you're probably doing something weird. That's logic from from the signer, but also this fails in some scenarios like this one. Remember, this hidden primary doesn't do signing. It's a bump in the wire. So I don't really have a good fix for this. So I think if you're running this setup, the only workaround here is to add actually your own DNS key records to the primary zone. And with that workaround, everything actually works with this setup. Then the only thing I tested more is that where you want to leave the signer group, this is the list of steps that is in the document, in the ITF document. And when I run that, I actually have no issues with the first two zones, but when the singer wants to leave the pirate metal band, there will be issues. It's about NS records, and this one I really didn't get that much because the document talks about that the signer needs to know which NS records are his own and which NS records are of the other provider. I ran into an issue that I couldn't remove the NS record. It still was published there. I don't know what's going on here, to be honest. I need to talk to the authors of the document why this is necessary. And also, if there's something we need to implement in our software, that we have to identify which NS records are ours, because I don't think that's a very common property in our DNS software. All right, we're almost done. Basically, my conclusion is supporting multi-signer environment is more complex than it meets the eye. I'm not going to say, like I did 2 years ago, everything's fine, everything's working. But at least I think we make it a much nicer experience. We have better key management. I found some issues with the CDS publication, and these fixes are scheduled for next month's releases, but no promises. It also looks like within the multi-signer project, things are pushing towards that model too, where each provider has its own unique key set, and with a centralized controller. That is actually this music thing, where there's a central piece that tells the signers what to do. Please publish these records, please publish these records, etc. The draft actually also mentions a decentralized method, but this is very much untouched territory. And the decentralized method is more like the providers talking to each other. One slide, if you're going to play with this, I recommend this configuration where you have a DNSSEC policy clause. You set the key lifetimes to unlimited, so you won't trigger automatic key rollovers. You set CDNS key and CDS digest types to empty and CDNS key to no, which means that you won't be publishing CDS records yourself. You leave that up to the controller, and you have some update policy that will grant the controller to update records, and specifically the only records that is allowed to. I have some next steps here. I want to test the key rollovers when that's possible with music. I want to get back with the author of the document, and that's what I have. Thank you.
Are there any questions for Matthijs? No? Thank you, Matthijs. Right, so next speaker is Anand with a DNS update of the RIPE NCC.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I am Anand Buddhadev from the RIPE NCC, and I will give you a very quick update on things that we've been doing and things that we're going to be working on. I'll start with talking about our authoritative DNS cluster. This is the cluster that serves ripe.net as well as the reverse DNS zones and several smaller CCTLDs. And one of the plans that we had last year was to deploy a fourth core site that we had to delay because of unavailability of hardware. I'm happy to say that we expect to receive hardware quite soon, in July, I think, and we plan to deploy a fourth core site somewhere in Asia. So hopefully we'll have some nice news to report by the next meeting. We have also been deploying hosted instances of authoritative DNS, which is where we get ISPs and internet exchanges to host a server for us. And we now have 11 active instances, and these are handling about 23,000 queries per second, which is 16% of the overall query rate of this cluster. And then I'm going to talk about Zone Master. We use Zone Master, which is a software by the Swedish registry in collaboration with AFNIC, the French registry. We use this to do pre-delegation checks for reverse DNS delegations. And we've updated this to the latest released version. And we are going to swap the native user interface with something integrated into RIPESTAT very soon, so that RIPESTAT becomes the one-stop shop for all your resources. We are also in the process of updating our servers from CentOS 7 to Oracle Linux 9. That's because CentOS 7 is coming to the end of its life soon. And we also contribute to DITL, which is Day in the Life. This is a project where lots of providers, DNS providers, collect PCAP data and submit it to DNS.org. And this data is available to researchers for doing all kinds of analysis. And yeah, we contribute to this every year. So we did that earlier this year in April. I'd like to talk quickly about one incident that we had recently. We have a secondary DNS server, and this one was serving older versions of two of our reverse DNS zones. And the unfortunate thing here was that even though the zone was being served, the DNSSEC signatures in the zone had expired. And this was causing DNSSEC validation failures. So this is actually worse than returning serve fail. And I'm going to go into the details now. So first, a very quick slide about expiry timers. In a zone's SOA record, start of authority record, there are various values or timers. And one of this is the zone expiry timer. And ours is set at 10 days. And you can see that highlighted in red in the first part of this slide. The second part of this slide shows you an RRSig, a DNSSEC signature, which has the signature inception time in blue and expiry in red. And this DNSSEC signature expiry is 14 days. And we'll see why this is important on this slide. So here we have a very simple DNS infrastructure. There's a primary DNS server providing a zone to a secondary DNS server over zone transfer. And let's suppose that something goes wrong. Maybe the transport fails or the TSIG doesn't work for some reason. And the primary DNS server is no longer able to provide a zone transfer to the secondary. Then on the secondary server, the zone will expire after 10 days. And this is how traditional DNS works. And the secondary DNS server will respond with serve fail when the zone has expired. And this allows DNS resolvers to try other name servers and continue resolving names. Now, these days, this simple infrastructure is not so common. We have entire tiers of transfer servers. There's a primary, there's an intermediate transfer server, and there may be a second one, because if you operate a large infrastructure, then you want lots of resilience and redundancy and availability. So if you have the scenario where, again, the primary is unable to provide zone transfer to its first downstream, then after 10 days, the first intermediary will expire the zone. However, the publication server, which is at the end, is still serving the zone. And it will take another 10 days for the second transfer intermediary to expire the zone when the first intermediary starts to serve fail. And when the second intermediary finally serve fails, then after 30 whole days, the publication server in this chain will expire the zone. So it will keep serving a zone with expired DNSSEC signatures because the signature lifetime is only 14 days. So for 16 days, the signatures will have expired. Now, there is a solution to this, and Mark Andrews, back in 2014, actually wrote an RFC for an option, an eDNS option called expire. And this is documented in RFC 7314. And this allows a primary server to set the zone expiry timer and respond with that timer to queries coming in. So if a query comes in for the SOA record of the zone or for a zone transfer, then along with that response, the primary server will add an expiry value to the expire option in the DNS response. And the idea is that the DNS client is supposed to use this expiry value and not the one from the SOA record. And the client is also supposed to pass this value on to further downstreams. So this way, the actual expiry gets carried on until the end. This only works, though, if all the servers support the expire option. If one of them doesn't, then this whole thing fails. So here, I'm showing you the example of a query. And in the query, I've included the plus expire option. And you can see that the server is responding with an expiry value in the response. This is highlighted in red. And notice that it's not exactly 10 days. So, there's a small gap because the server I've queried, last queried its upstream, not exactly 10 days ago, but a little bit earlier than that. So expire support in software. Bind 9 has had this for a long time. I tried to figure out when it was added, but I couldn't. But at least Bind 9.10 had it. So this has probably been around for quite a long time. And you can also request expiry timers by using the plus expire option in DIG. Not DNS has had it since version 3.2. And NSD does not have this yet, but we have a request open, a feature request with the nice folks at NLNet Labs. And I hope they provide this option soon. So the lessons we learned from this were that we want to review our zone and signature expiry timer values. And I also encourage other folks who are doing DNSSEC to look at this. More monitoring of our secondary DNS servers. We want to work with our secondary DNS providers to encourage use of the expire option throughout their XFR server chain. And finally, we want the expire option available all throughout KRoot and auth DNS Anycast clusters so that we don't have this issue in the future. And with that, I end my presentation and open the floor to questions.
Marco Davids, SRDN. Thank you. Interesting. I didn't know this. And I have probably a very stupid question. But if you want to expire within 10 days, why not? And you have that chain that you just showed on the slide. Why not just lower the 10 days to like 3 days or so?
Sure, we could do that. The problem with this is that we don't always know how many XFR servers there are in a chain. And trying to match the DNSSEC signature expiry with the zone expiry is a little bit of a hit and miss. So that's why I think that the expire option is really the best solution here.
Makes sense. Thanks.
We are cutting the queue again. Sorry, Biman, again too late.
No, fuck, you aren't. It's not my fault that the fire alarm went off. I want to thank you very much for this, because this is the type of presentations that will help the community to build a stronger and better functioning DNS system. When you hold out the problems you do have yourself and make that possible, that actually helps building a community. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Then, sorry, Anand, so one more question online. We won't skip this one. This one actually was before Marco, but there was no. Anyways, Robert Scheck asks, is somewhere documented why you decided to choose Oracle Linux 9 over Rocky Linux 9 or Alma Linux 9? The latter both are most common Red Hat Linux clones and have healthy communities.
As far as we're concerned, Rocky and Alma Linux and Oracle Linux are all equally well-supported Linux distribution systems. Some people don't like Oracle as a company, but their Linux distribution, Oracle Linux 9, is quite rock solid, supported, dependable, so we don't see a problem using it.
Thanks.
So proceeding, maybe I should use this. Preceding this RIPE conference, there was a Port 53 DNS hackathon organized by the DNS.org, NetNot, and RIPE SSC. And those were the people that participated in that. And it's from that we have six projects, and I will go over the projects quickly, describing them. And in this slide deck, which you can also download, also in the introduction slide deck, are the links to the separate project pages. So the first project was DNSSEC bootstrapping, which is a draft from Peter Thomassen, and they worked on implementing bootstrapping DNSSEC from zones that already have DNSSEC instead of having to go through the registry procedure. The sustainability team looked into how DNS query or how the DNS could use less energy in its deployment. DNS Today and DNS Home Appliances did something similar, basically. They had a DNS resolver on a Raspberry Pi Zero with local root zone and showed that it consumes very little memory and costs a lot less queries. And then there were 3 hackathon projects who won a prize. They all have the first prize. There was no distinction between first, second, third. The first one is DNS and the application layer, also known as DAPPER. They won the prize for most courageous project to address the topic of all the modern DNS standards being used at the application layer. Basically the same what Philip Homburg is addressing in his Connect by Name project, or our Connect by Name project. Diggerlicious was a project, they received a prize for best teamwork. They worked on a specific language to use on RIPE Atlas, on the probes themselves, to already have some results from the probe before, so you don't have to do all the results processing yourself, and also save space, and so also energy. And the final project that won the most relevant for operators project is the DNS out of protocol signaling project, also known as DNS OOPS. And it's relevant because the reasons which Stefan Ubbink is now going to explain to you. And he's also giving a live demo.
Thank you. Yes, DNS OOPS. We may use this at SRDN for our Anybus platform, and we created together with Nelnet Labs first draft for RTF to get signaling outside the name server to act upon it. And the goal of the project is to be able to have a notify when something goes wrong. So Anand could use this in the future to see that a signature is expiring and he can do something about it. So that might be useful for other people as well. And during the hackathon, we created a small setup with a master and multiple secondaries, and all the secondaries did handle a zone update and then shut down BGP or enabled BGP, which I will demonstrate. So here we have a zone and a DIC, and currently you see in the top screen, you see a NOT DNS of a NOT oops, this is the NOT server with the serial 58. And if I replace the serial with a newer version, and we have a good server reload, and you see already the serial updated, and now the server will disable BGP, and another one will enable BGP, and now we have an NSD oops server that's answering our questions. So since we have 3 name servers, we'll do it again. And it should update quite soon to have a bind version, bind notify D, oops, and the serial 60. So this was the small demo and it worked. No demo effect. We used multiple different software. So NSD has been used, NOT has been used, and bind has been used. We used XRBGP and BERT for the configuration of the BGP daemon, and we used Notify D, NS Notify D, and Credence part of NSD, and the dbus functionality of KNOT to establish all of this. Are there any questions? No time for questions. Time for some drinks and a bit of a break. And there are some DNS hackathon stickers available for the people who want them. Thank you very much.
Yes, so this is the end of the session and 10 minutes for coffee.
Hello?
Okay.
No, we're fine. This is my. If you can all start finding your seats, we're gonna get started in a couple of minutes. I appreciate that we've had a bit of a gap in the program this morning, but we're going to try to catch up. So if you could all find your seats, and if there's people you're missing, send them a text, even if they're not here. Send a text to your loved ones. It's important.
Yeah, I know. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You didn't. Okay. Hop. Now meeting. Yeah. Le truc important, j'ai changé ma présentation ce matin même. Tu l'as codé? Ouais. C'est bon, on connaît ça. Bah, regarde, surtout c'est que en fait tu peux vérifier en ligne parce qu'elle est déjà uploadée sur le site. Ok, mais c'est celle-là que vous prenez. Ouais, on prend on prend la derrière. Bah, si tu as fait l'update, mais on peut aller vérifier. Attends, bah vérifions comme ça on est sûr du coup. Normalement, c'est pareil. Attends. Programme. Je me souviens plus, c'est quoi qui commence en plus, je crois que c'est toi, hein. C'est ça. Bah, c'est les racines. Alors voilà, racine en premier, c'est ça. Tac, tac, tac. Qu'est-ce que tu avais changé? Ouais, c'est ça. C'est ça? Ok. Parfait. Super. Je vais dire, je vais aller relire. That looks good.
It's a whole something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I thought I could change a bit the mood. I didn't do in floral things rather than like. I mean, if you don't get eye cancer after this working group, I just like that's I think the best we can do. Do you have the document because I could not find the link again, so we can track time.
I'm just going to be safe.
Yeah.
Get my phone open with the agenda so I can read it from.
No. Obviously, you need that.
From I can read it from my phone instead of from the screen.
Yes. Yeah, I wanted to print something, but I.
Just in case, I write it for myself.
Okay. I was promised no fire alarms, but I mean, no guarantees, obviously, but my sincere apologies in advance. Once again, welcome to the Connect working group, your second most favorite working group in the RIPE meeting. We appreciate you have many working groups to choose from, and we're thankful for you choosing the Connect working group to attend. Let's see, important things. This room has 8 emergency exits, 1 in the front, 2 on the sides, and 4 in the back. I'll be your co-chair together with Florence and Will, and we'll be guiding you through these proceedings today. Let's see, the housekeeping thing. Yes, show of hands. Who's read the minutes? You've all read the minutes, haven't you? Come on, let's show some appreciation for the scribe. And does anyone have any comments on the minutes? Well, what did I tell you last time? Okay, right. You've outdone yourself. Anyway, good. So no comments on the minutes. Then the minutes are approved. Other housekeeping items. I'm just trying to ignore what's behind me. Don't forget to rate the talks. Is also a good point. Is there something else I'm missing? Oh yes, we have a scribe. Martin from the RIPE NCC will be scribing this session, or he's going to be using ChatGPT for it. He's been telling me. So I mean, maybe we'll invent some new standards on the way to today. Who knows? With that, I think we're through the housekeeping agenda. Anyone? No. So let's start with the first presentation. I think this is the agenda, which I'm going to be reading from my phone. So we've done the opening and the housekeeping. Then we're going to have a presentation by Louis on mapping the geography of data in Central Asia, followed by introducing a common policy for the use of IRRDB by IXP Route Service by Stavros. Then there's a lightning talk about Accra IX by Silas, who will be joining us remotely, unfortunately. Then there's a PRDB update by Leo, and finally a EuroX update by Bijal. With that, I think I'm going to give the floor to Louis. Welcome, Louis.
Sorry. Hi, everyone, and thank you for having me. So I'm Louis Pettigno. I'm a bit of the black sheep around here because I'm far from the technical community. I'm a geographer. I'm working at GEOD, which is hosted in Paris 8 University. It's a research center focused on the geopolitical issues related to the digital revolution or the digitization of the world. It's a very wide subject that ranges from disinformation, information influence, geopolitics of infrastructures as well, and that's why I'm here. So we started this project mapping the geography of the internet in Central Asia with other researchers at GEOD, including one mathematician, one data scientist, and one other geographer. And we got support from RIPE project funding for that. So we had 2 broad objectives, which was mapping the internet of Central Asia at 3 different levels, which I'm going to explain right after. And we mostly wanted to better understand the geopolitics behind the connectivity architecture. Basically, geopolitics can be very broadly defined as the study of power rivalries on one given territory. So when we see networks or when we study networks of the internet, it's really sometimes hard to pinpoint them on a map. So that's what we are trying to reconcile. And with that specific methodological question, which is we can observe the network from afar, but what gaps can we fill by going on the field? And we chose a rather simple case study, which was Central Asia, and we did a fieldwork in Kyrgyzstan in May of 22. So we can map the internet from afar, or from France, in my case, through three different, or among others, three different prisms. One is the physical infrastructures. So this is a rather good but in French map of infrastructures in Central Asia, but as we obviously know, this is a very limited view of the network. So the second one is mapping connectivity with BGP feeds, which we have been doing for a number of years now, which can be used to unveil some of the geopolitical underpinnings of how connectivity works in a given territory, or in this case, a given region. So for instance, looking at that can help us pinpoint the relative centralization of networks and its evolution. So this is a map from 2021. But if you look at the 2015 case, you can see the centralization of Uzbekistan, of Tajikistan, for instance. And you can see some features such as the very limited intra-regional connectivity. But once you see that, you have still a quite limited view of what's happening in the Central Asian internet. So if we take a closer look at Kyrgyzstan, for instance, we can see again this relative centralization around two of the biggest operators there, Elcat and Aknet. And you can identify some dependencies. So here you can see most of the providers of Kyrgyzstan above on the graph, and you can see the Russians in red have a definite importance there. But still, you have a lot of other countries there, and so you cannot really see what it is. Furthermore, BGP feeds are known to be incomplete, and we cannot infer data path on that. So the third way is using Internet Geographer's best friend, RIPE Atlas, because it's very helpful to us to have geolocated devices by design that we can use to make measurements and observe some things. So if you look at Kyrgyzstan, and in that case, latencies towards the capital of Kyrgyzstan, you can see some patterns that are more or less coherent, geopolitically speaking. So you can see that basically data goes fast to Kazakhstan and Russia, and not that fast towards the south and east of the country, for a number of reasons, including geographic ones. The problem is Kyrgyzstan is what I've called a RIPE Atlas Far East. You have 3 or 4 RIPE Atlas probes in Bishkek, and that's it. And one of the things we wanted to do was also to try and find if there are differences between the connectivity of the northern part and the southern part of the country, which are connected to the rest of the world through very different ways. So we did a fieldwork in Kyrgyzstan, trying to understand connectivity through interviews with local stakeholders, but also to create on-site measurements from remote connected places to improve the granularity of what we could see. So interviewing local stakeholders actually help us a lot to understand why the internet in Kyrgyzstan is shaped as it is. First finding is a very strong lack of shared understanding of the region's connectivity. So I have a few examples here. For instance, there are 2 IXPs in the south of Kyrgyzstan. One was set up by the Internet Society chapter of Kyrgyzstan, and with help and coordination with local stakeholders. Once they set up this IXP, nobody used it because there was a very obvious lack of incentive from local stakeholders. Which show how coordinating takes much more than just talks with local actors. Second, there is the issue of connectivity with neighboring countries. When you ask different providers in Kyrgyzstan how they are connected to their neighbors, mostly Tajikistan and Uzbekistan or China, people have different knowledge of it. Some people say, well, there are some discrete connectivity. Some say there is none, and it's difficult to assess. And finally, there is no regional coordination or cooperation or even contacts between operators of different countries in Central Asia. So for instance, the Kyrgyzstan Association of Network Operators does not have contact with their peers, not in networking way, but with our peers in Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and other countries there. The second thing we see was the influence of politics on the shape of the network in Kyrgyzstan. So we met with political actors there that have a very specific view of the network. So I've put that quote, что такое цифровой суверенитет, and I'm sorry for my accent for the Russian speaking here, which is when we came to the Ministry of Digital Transformation and we talked about their dependency to Kazakhstan and Russia, and we asked, well, how do you intend to maintain your potential sovereignty over your networks? That was the answer. What is digital sovereignty? So we are from France and from Europe, where digital sovereignty is a rising issue. And we were kind of surprised of that lack of consideration on that, especially considering that Russia obviously has very strong views on that as well. And also this has an impact on how the political, the government in Kyrgyzstan manages the networks. Basically, they don't. And they suggest that the redundancy or the efficiency or even the resiliency of networks are the sole responsibility of private operators. And then we suggested that maybe, well, one of our hypotheses was that the invasion of Ukraine by Russia in February 2022 led to very strong changes into the consideration of what it means to be dependent on Russia. It was to some extent, but it was seen as an inescapable fact. Basically, yes, we know we are dependent on Russia, but what can we do about it? On the other side, there are some projects that are considered more and more, actually more since we left Kyrgyzstan, that are considered with interest. So for instance, this project by Turk Telecom to connect to Central Asia, and also plans and actually plans that are continuing of China building infrastructures between Chinese networks and Central Asia. And finally, one of the last things we did was to try and understand why there were so few RIPE Atlas probes and why there were not that many contacts between local operators and RIPE, or why there were not that much information on peering DB, for instance. And those were the three most recurring answers. Basically, it's a lack of interest. They don't see the point of doing so. The lack of competent personnel, because a lot of small operators there don't have personnel competent enough to be able to engage in that sort of things, and an overall lack of certainty over the cost-benefit ratio of doing so. And sorry, I don't know. I don't have time left, I think.
Yeah, you have it.
Yeah?
2 minutes.
Okay. And so I'm going to be really fast on that. The second thing we did is create local measurements. So basically, with the lack of RIPE Atlas probes there, we actually created a portable probe, and we moved it around roads going from Bishkek to Osh, which is the southern capital, and we tried to connect anywhere we could to develop measurements. So of course, those are one-time measurements, kind of a rudimentary way of doing these things, but for geographers, it's already very relevant. And we then devised a visualization platform to analyze those trace routes that could be used for geopolitics, for the study of conflicts there. So this is a working project, which is being refined kind of every day, actually, which allow us to map. So all the source of measurements are on the left from a variety of cities in Kyrgyzstan, and I've chosen just Bishkek, and Kiev as targets. And this is, well, this is just a way of being able to map in different ways. So this is an IS level mapping, but we have also RDNS mapping, and we are trying to develop a lot of ways in order to tweak the measurements and to be able to see what we want to see. So I'm going to end on that, on potential for improvements and suggestions from the working group and all of you. The first one being about right atlas dissemination, which is how to increase, and is it a good thing to increase the spread of right atlas probes, including in strategic areas and in remote areas. And could moving probes be efficient tools for other communities? Because this is something we are developing at Geode. And then we also want to facilitate the manipulation of measurements data. So we have a work in progress, which is not mine, but it's a colleague of mine, Lokman Salamatian, who has been working on a tool to be able to better and more easily manipulate those data. How to prioritize the most reliable geolocation data we have in hand. I developed new ideas for visualization. So this is a 3D map, which is not that efficient as of now, but we are exploring that. And then very possibly the most interesting thing to me is the replicability and reliability of fieldwork as a source of data, which I will remain open to this discussion. And I will just end up on the fact that I've done a fieldwork in Ukraine a few weeks ago that confirmed really the relevance of working at this level of granularity and with local actors to understand better the geopolitics of connectivity. Thank you.
Thank you, Louis. So I see that we've got one question for the chat, actually, from the Q&A question. Flo?
This is correct. We have a question from Carsten Schiffner asking, who are the operators, predominantly state-run or private? Question regards the perceived lack of interest.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the beginning of the question?
Who are the operators, predominantly state-run or private?
Oh, only private operators.
Okay, so I see that we've got one question for the queue, please.
Hi. Hi. Okay. Hi, my name is Urban Sredolnik, Theo Graz. Thank you so much for this talk. I think that Central Asia is a very important area where RIPE should focus. So I was really looking forward to this. I have a question. I've read your article on RIPE Labs, and I also found this interesting, but I want to know what are the right now actual available alternatives? Are there any links towards China and towards Iran that are in use and could be increased in capacity or something like that? Or is that still politically impossible?
Well, what we've heard from the Iran is that Chinese alternatives are not deemed to be suitable for Kyrgyzstan right now. But someone recently told me, and actually I've checked this morning, China is finally building its railroads towards Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan, and there's a good chance that they will enjoy that, make use of that to increase connectivity. But the problem with China is the quality of the network in the west part of the country, which is apparently kind of terrible. So before they set that up, I'm not sure Central Asian countries are going to look forward to cooperating with them.
Do you see or have found something about connections to the south towards Iran or through the Caspian Sea towards Azerbaijan?
For now, I've not seen that much except for Talk Telecom. And it's only a memorandum of understanding, so it's far from being done. Mostly there are plans, but they need money to fund them. From what I've heard.
Okay. Thank you very much. I would like to catch you during the coffee break.
Okay, so I don't see anyone rushing at the queue. So thank you very much, Louis, and a round of applause. And next, we've got Stavros that's going to present us a proposal about the filtering on IXPs. The stage is yours.
So let's see if this works. Okay. Right. Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Connect working group. My name is Stavros. I'm working for AMSIX, But this proposal, this draft actually is not Stavros' work or Namsik's work. It's actually a proposal that came from this group of people that you can see over there, and actually represents the ideas of several IXPs. And okay, having said that, let's go to the presentation. So let's start with some background information first. All of you know that there are 5 official WHOIS directories, which are established by the 5 RIRs. And these directories supposed to work as a source of truth for us, for all of us, and source of truth to get for the resource ownership, right? This information that exists in the databases is expressed in human readable language in RPSL, so we can read this information from the resource owners. However, as all of you know, there are also some private databases outside, which they appeared during the past all those years for several reasons. For example, could be that those private databases were covering the gap that was existing because the official was not there. For example, the LACNIC example. There was also another reason that people created private databases is to have some data local in the network to mirror the 5 databases, the official ones, and provide shorter response time to their customers. But also, there was also another need to publish some data, some information, some objects as local authoritative databases to their customers. So some reasons that created those private databases, and we identified it as a group of people, of authors. Let's go back now. Let's go a little bit further now to the current problems that we have as IXPs in the current ecosystem. Let's say that there is a network, a new network that has allocated resources from its RIR, let's say RIPE. Based on IANA, we know where this network belongs to or should belong to. In this URL, for example, you can see that those AS numbers are assigned to EPINIC, those AS numbers belong to RIPE, and so on and so forth. So we know exactly in which database we should go and search for information. Question is, what if this guy, instead of going to publish its policy in the RIPE database, it goes and publishes its policy and information and route objects in a private database? If I go to RIPE and then I'll search for this policy, then I will get an empty list if I want to create a nice prefix list out of that. Because the guy or the operator went to a private database to publish the information. Or we have another problem. What if the network owner publishes its policy and objects, both in a public and official database like RIPE, and then in a private database? Let's say level 3. Question is this a scalable approach if he does this with 2, 3, 4, 5 databases at the same time? And what if the network owner misses to update one of those policies? Let's say he has his policy in RIPE and then its policy also in level 3 or RDB. If he misses to do the update in all the objects with the correct information, then it can result what we call in an object conflict. In the proposal, we define as object conflict the situation when an RPSL object for a network resource, let's say an outnum or an AS set, exists in different versions on 2 or more databases. Let's say, for example, we have this AS set, AS-my customers, which is in RIPEDB. It has a last modified date of February 2020, and if we try to resolve, it brings 5,000 prefixes. And then we go and we find the same AS set in RADDB, for example, with the last modified date of 2023. And if we resolve, it gives 10,000 prefixes. Nice. Then some questions and concerns come out of this object conflict. First of all, which one should I trust for resolution? The one or the object that exists in the RIPE database, that is the official database, or the one that is in a private one and is the last modified version is newer and brings more prefixes. Another concern is what if we rely on private databases to resolve objects and the database then keys the operations? Let's say I target Rogers or Bell to bring a lot of policies to my tools, and then I create a prefix list, and then suddenly this database keys operations. And another concern is, okay, what if I use a certain private database to create my prefix list, but all the IXPs do the same? Is it okay? Is it true that all the IXPs in Europe, at least, use the same databases to create prefix lists, and there's a consistent view of this customer across all IXP networks? And another concern that we have is, okay, do the private databases inherit all the upcoming security policies? For example, there was a hierarchical asset policy introduced lately from RIPE database, from RIPE NCC to the RIPE database. Does this security policy also applies to private ones? But before we go into the proposal, we'd like to have a disclaimer on you that this is not a policy that tries to fix the RPSL or create RPSL v3. And this proposal is also not against the RPKI. We don't find any conflict with RPKI work. This draft, this policy, targets mostly to answer those questions and concerns and try to shed some light. And having said that, so the authors created a policy, a draft, that we want to have it implemented ideally in all European IXPs. And this policy actually says that an IXP operator must trust and use only the following IRR databases for building and maintaining route server filters. And of course, the IRR databases that we want to mention is the 5 big ones, like Afrinic, APNIC, ERIN, LACNIC, and RADB. Right. And there are some game rules that we have inside this proposal. Okay, so we trust those 5. And what are the game rules? First one is that in case an IXP member has registered the policies and the objects in a different IRR than the one that is defined in the document, the IXP operator has no obligation to deviate from the policy to fulfill the customer will, or do an exception for the customer, let's say. On the other hand, however, it is mandatory for IXP operators to use all the listed databases to generate filters. For example, if, let's say, there is an IXP that doesn't use a ARIN database to create prefix filters for route servers, and the customer has its objects in ARIN database, then the customer can go to IXP and say, yes, please use the ARIN database to get my policy, get my objects, resolve my assets, and create your prefix filters. And then the IXP operator is obligated to follow that. We have a tentative date. This is not actually a hard date. It's up for discussion, that we would like to introduce this policy 1st of January 2024. But of course, means that, okay, there's some consensus in the group and people agree. The authors understand that the adoption of this policy will result in a massive transfer of RPSL objects from non-supported databases to the official ones. And this is a massive work. This is a lot of work that needs to be done. Therefore, we introduce a grace period of 12 months in which the list of our allowed databases is actually supplemented with these extra 4 databases. The RADB, RIPE, non-auth, NTT level 3. We identify that a lot of IXP customers have their objects over there. Already, we use them as IXP operators, these private ones, to create prefix filters, but those objects need slowly to start being transferred to the official databases, and this will take some time. Therefore, we introduce the grace period of 12 months. At the end of this grace period, the IXP operators must drop the support of those additional IRRs and operate filter generation tools that operate only with these 5 real databases. And then during the grace period, oh, I have a typo. IXPs will make multiple best, and during this grace period, IXPs will make multiple best efforts to inform the customers to start transferring their objects to the official databases. inform by email, inform in the website. It's up to the operator. Just on time. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Savos. Okay, so now I see people at the line. That's nice. We don't have anything in the chat room in the Q&A yet, but so then let's go for the Q, please, Q.
Hi, Q Mysel. What consideration have you given to non-RIR space, such as AMPANET space, which cannot be registered in the RIR databases?
You mean the legacy space of ARIN?
Legacy space and amateur radio space, which is in some ways legacy space.
Yes, we had some discussions internally, especially we had the consideration of the ARIN legacy space. It was for us the most important one. Yes, we checked a little bit on the background information of this space, and we identified that this is mostly space that is being used by big tier 1 providers, for example, Cogent, and some big old enterprises, HP, Dell, and so on, which actually these guys then don't peer with the route servers. It's really hard to have a tier 1 provider. I don't know if there is a reason for a tier 1 provider.
But there is space that will never be able to be put in RIR space, which will be on the route servers. So what consideration has been given to that?
Sure. We will do our best. I don't know what to say. I know the issue. There are these use cases. These are small use cases. But should not be an obstacle to go through this policy. I believe that if there is a consistent view and consistent support from all the IXPs, eventually something will happen. I know that RIPE has some nice policies for this space to be introduced in the database. I hope there's going to be some future in ARIN as well.
Okay, I didn't know about those policies. I will look into them. Thank you.
Okay, next, Radu.
Hello, Radu Ferdinand from SEX. So my first remark is that we should try to push this kind of policy, not to limit it to IXPs, but also to push it to all the network operators, to imply to make all the operators take part in this initiative. Because if we don't, there are the operators which will filter in some way, IXPs will filter in another way, and if client operators will not move their objects elsewhere, it will end up with different filtering rules and different traffic patterns, and ultimately some of the two parts will lose. And it may be IXPs, which is not good, it may be the provider, which is not good either. One thing, and second thing, did you consider the fact that in PeeringDB, for example, which for us at least is one of the source of DS sets, there is the possibility to explicitly mention the IRR database. And this is something that we do use and we do honor. I do remember that at some point PeeringDB tried to make it mandatory, except that, well, doing it mandatory without proper previous announcement, well, it didn't work very well. They tried to do it. It was a good thing, but not the way they did it. They still have there still is the possibility to use it, and we should take it into account. Yeah. And it still does not solve the problem with conflicting object names. In RIPE and Afrinic, for example, we had cases.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, for the first comment, I agree, but we say let's.
Okay. I got an answer for that one because I talked to several operators already, and some of them were actually pushing this already on the network. They might be able to comment later on. And so this is going on, and some big operator are actually pushing that way. So I think we've got something coming up, and I guess that's if we got the policy, we also want the incentive to be pushed to the operators and the network and the ISP.
Get their feedback, probably update our policy if necessary with their feedback.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Job Snyders, Fastly. Not a question. I want to offer some comments in support of policies with this type of objective. People may ask themselves, why now? Why 2023? And it is good to maintain some historic perspective. For instance, it's only been 2 or 3 years ago that LACNIC started an IR based on the RPKI. So, hey, they joined the club of providers being able to provide their members with an IR service. Afrinic started an IR a few years ago. A lot of objects moved into that one. Aaron split Aaron into the authoritative database, a non-authoritative database, and deprecated the non-authoritative database. RIPE split its database into an authoritative database and a non-authoritative database. So all in all, the data quality of the 5 IR databases has massively increased in recent years due to community effort, which finally brings us to the point that we can have discussions about policies like these. So I would want to encourage you to pursue this type of activity and do some measurements like, hey, what would be the impact on our filters? And I do have one suggestion. On January 1st, I want to sleep. So pick a different date.
Okay, we'll take that into note. Thank you very much. Okay, at the back.
Hi, Antoine Verschuren, Liberty Global. Most of my comments have already been said. You know, legacy address space, that might still be a problem. Why only IXPs? Because I think everybody should do this. Agenda, I just want to say support for this proposal.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so I'm closing the queue after Rüdiger and Benjamin. Please, on the first.
Yes. Hi, Tim Battenberg, DKIX. Thank you very much for your work. I think it makes very much sense. There's one question. You came up with the kind of grace period list of supported IRRs rather. And so I quickly looked through all of our peering sessions, and there are a few which are higher on the list, which I didn't saw on your list. So my question would be, how did you come up with the 4 supported during the grace period?
You mean this one?
Yes.
How we came up with this list?
Yes.
We discussed at least the authors and together with some other people around, and we checked the route servers and the customer base, and we see that we have a lot of customers that exist in this one, in these 4 databases, a lot of objects that we retrieve from those to configure their filters. If we go now and we say, okay, we don't support, let's say, as of 1st of January, those 4, then it's gonna be a sudden drop of prefixes. Yeah, it's really hard.
Yeah.
And okay, going also with the small ones that exist in the system. I mean, we can afford losing some prefixes, but we cannot afford losing thousands of millions of prefixes if we don't support those. So RADB, we know it's actually the source of truth. I mean, if you go, there are several objects from several enterprises that have source RADB. We're going to push those people to move to their authoritative ones. The same also with the level 3 and NTT. The good thing with level 3 and NTT are somehow some clean data over there. Is not a lot of garbage. Everybody knows RADB has a lot of garbage. So for level 3 and NTT goes okay. We have quite some customer base as IXPs, but it's somehow clean data. Non-auth, yes. Okay, we know. Yeah, I mean, that was the reason. It's
so just FYI, so the only one missing on that, or the first one missing on that list, which is in our databases, would be ALTB.
Yes, ALTB. We know about ALTB. I don't think we have I mean, I understand, but I think it's a lot of.
It's just about 1%. So
yeah, exactly. It's very small percent, and it's easily to persuade those small percentage of people to go. But the RADB, for example, has 20%. No. It's we cannot just.
Yes. Great. Thanks.
Will.
Rüdiger, make it fast, please. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, okay. That's difficult.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, okay. Usual complaint. RPSL was fine in the previous millennium when it was designed. But well, okay, it is essentially broken, and one part of the brokenness is that for now 2.5 decades, people have been using it and not recognized that every time you do a reference to IRR, you actually have to say which lists of databases should be used. And for your policy, in that regard, there still is the question open in which sequence the databases should be searched.
No.
Because,
yeah, I know. It's very easy. You know that the customer has AES 1, 2, 3, 4. You know by IANA that this AES belongs to RIPE NCC. Then you go there, right?
And for everything that is not resolved there, you just say for every customer, you know which should be the first database to search. Well, okay. Yeah, the interesting conflicts may be in the later. On the other hand, of course, doing a policy where actually a very limited set of hopefully good quality databases is you have the restriction instead of the old time thing where, well, okay, essentially people were saying, well, okay, it's in the IRR and it may be some obscure strange thing in the outback of Australia. Well, okay, that's removed by this. Let me just add one forward-looking suggestion. I always have explained IRR is a fuzzy defined set of databases of unknown quality. And one is supposed, when one's using RPSL, to deal with that strange and uncontrolled diversity. For some good data coming in from a different source, it doesn't change the complexity in dealing with stuff if you get an additional source that has definitely good information, and actually the RPKI ROA information can provide that, and mapping that into IRR structures is straightforward. And when I was talking with customers, actually, I hated to tell someone, please do the RPKI ROAS and do IRR. My suggestion would be improve your tools and your policy so that at least for the root objects, you just say, well, okay, ROAS that are out there in RPKI can be used as an additional source, and your customers who actually do the RPKI do not have to bother managing in parallel the same information as IRR root objects.
Thank you. Alexander? Alexander Azimov, Yandex, and thank you for your presentation. I, in general, support what you are proposing. I have a question. So as far as I know, there are object transfers between IRRs. How the system should solve this situation? Because the IANA data and what is exactly in the IRR, what he is responsible from, can be different.
Object transfers, you mean mirroring, or just transferring an object because it changed ownership?
Because it changes ownership, for example, between different IRRs. As far as I know, I can transfer address space from RIPE region to ARIN and backward.
And then I guess this transfer of object will result in a new customer that, you know, bought this space from ARIN, then comes to RIPE the space, and then it belongs to a new customer, and this will be depicted in the RIPE database.
But if I can transfer autonomous system number?
Sorry?
If I can transfer an autonomous system number?
Let me think about it. Well, it might be not a customer of an IXP anymore, the new owner, right?
I think we should check it.
Okay.
Yeah.
We
And,
will. I suggest that we take that off list because we are running short.
and just a very small comment that what we are trying to do, you are trying to write a best kind of practice inside RIPE policy. I know that there are uneasy. No.
We're wanting to publish a document and suggest a way to do things for the community. It's not like we are not fixed on the type of documents. So a RAP document is not necessarily a policy. That's
okay. But anyway, I have a feeling that better place to put a best kind of practice is IETF. I do understand this operational community have some uneasy feelings to this organization, but maybe there is an opportunity kind of fix it. Thank you.
Thank you. And last one, Benjamin.
Benjamin Collette, F5. Thank you very much for the presentation. We've actually been encouraging our customers for some time now to drop alternative databases for one principal reason is that transit providers such as Tata are already planning to drop support for these databases with a hard deadline this summer. One of the biggest issues we are facing is not only convincing our customers to do so, but also because some of them didn't even manage their entries and relied on third parties to actually create proxy registrations for them in ARIDB or other databases.
Yeah, there is this issue. I mean, I don't disagree on that. Let's see what we can do. I mean, it's hard to convince customers. I agree on that. But I believe that if we have some common effort from all the XPs, I try to convince my customers, we'll do the same, franchise will do the same, then the customers will start switching their mindset, and then they will just starting doing the job that they should have done already for some time before. And then if they start doing that, then all of us will start benefiting of that. So they can do the job once, but if all of us follow the same, procedure and policy, then all of us will benefit. And I think this is a good result for everyone.
Thank you. Just one last comment. I'm just a bit worried that the proposed timeline is a bit short for bigger organizations, even if they haven't already started, because even with the transition period might be a bit short to convince.
It's up for discussion, right? I mean, this is the proposal, and the deadline. I mean, it's not a hard deadline. It's what we propose, but let's take it in the mailing list. Let's discuss it. I see there's a lot of support on that, and let's raise this concern with the dates, and then let's come with a conclusion with the dates, and then it's up to the community, right? It's a community effort. It's not a Stavros or Ramzix or Will effort, right? So,
thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Stavros.
Thank you.
And our next speaker is online, and it's a lightning talk, and I don't have my phone, so I don't remember what it is.
About Accra IXP.
Thank you.
In Ghana.
So, do we have the speaker? Yes. Yay. Yes, we hear you, Silas.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
Today I'm speaking about the Accra Internet Exchange in Ghana. And then by the exchange, we are helping enhance the internet ecosystem and strengthening its digital economy. So once again, my name is Silas Majapon Pipra. I happen to be the project coordinator for the exchange. And then you can reach me on the below contacts details down there. So I bring you greetings from Ghana, and then I would like to appreciate.
Sorry, Silas, we cannot really hear you. Your microphone is making a lot of noise. Can you try to fix that? Maybe you've got on win.
Is it okay now? Can you hear me?
Yes. Better. Thank you.
You're welcome. So once again, I bring you greetings from Ghana, and then I would like to thank and appreciate the RIPE NCC team for putting all this together, and then I'm bringing us and converging us all at one place to know what is happening all around the globe. Accra Internet Exchange is being founded by Work Online Communications, EcoBand Network, Meta, Asteroid, and then Parks Data Centers. So the Accra Internet Exchange is a non-profit organization in Ghana, and then it being founded by a team of internet experts and digital entrepreneurs who are well versed in networking and interconnection, and have been in the system for quite some time now. And then by the introduction of the Accra Internet Exchange, we are going to help grow more local traffic in the region, and also encourage hyperscalers around the globe to come into the region and then peer and then interconnect with the various providers we have around and in the region. Now, why Accra Internet Exchange? So over the years, there's been so many issues when it comes to internet in the region, where most service providers, most enterprises do have issues with high latency. And then service providers also do have issues with high cost of connectivity when it comes to their deliveries and their network connectivity. And then this has also caused high bandwidth. I mean, now bandwidth is not even cheap in the country because the content is not being derived out of the country. Everyone seeking content has to go out of the region and then get all this content available to them. And then this has drastically impacted the lives of the users, as in the digital lives of the users, because we mostly also do experience unreliable network services. And then, like I mentioned earlier, unavailability of content is also affecting most users in the region. Now, with our solution, we are, as an IX, we are providing a neutral platform for all the ISPs to directly peer and exchange local traffic among themselves. And then also by so doing, we're going to have to encourage the various CDNs, cloud and enterprise networks to also peer at the exchange. And then by this, one of the greatest things that we seek to achieve is to be able to reduce the cost of international transit, and then also improve the usability and then the service for the users within the region. It has not been easy setting up an ISP in the region. However, due to our partners, we've been able to take care of the infrastructural costs, the staffing, and then the operations. And with this reason, we are saying that the exchange is being, it's a community driven, is being built for the community and then by the community. A brief history. Ghana has one of the fastest growing populations in West Africa. And then currently sits, we are looking at about 24.8 million population in 2010. And at 2020, we were at 31.1 million, which represent about 2.2% growth within the previous or the last census, which means that within the period, we realized that the country is actually growing faster, and then more people are being born by the day. So yeah, gradually we are growing as a country. Internet users have also grown from 7.96 million in 2017 to 16.99 million as of 2022, which represents an increase of about 111.5% of internet user growth over the period. So this is to encourage the various CDNs, the various hyperscale providers who are seeking services or to deliver their services in the region to use this as a measurement for to break down the analysis and know that, yeah, I mean, coming into the region is going to be more beneficial because internet users are growing by the day. Currently in Ghana, we have about 6 submarine cables landing here. We have ACE, we have WAX, we have Glo 1, we have May 1, SAT3, and then soon coming to Africa. So one of the a few key differentiators that we came up with is as part of this, to encourage the smaller ISPs come to the exchange, to encourage the hyperscale services or providers to come to the exchange, and then to encourage the CDNs to come to the exchange. We are actually making our port free. And then this was actually in consensus with our sponsors or our funders, and then they agreed to this. And so once you come to the exchange, you are going to have free 1 gig, 10 gig, and then 100 gig ports free of charge. No cross connect charges, everything is free. And then this is actually to help and encourage all the various ISPs, telcos, and everyone to come to the exchange and then peer and then transact. And then with that, you're also going to have access to local content. We're going to have and experience better latency to the CDNs within the region. And then also we are going to have direct access to the eyeball networks. Some community objectives has to do with a neutral platform for all, meaning that everyone can come, both service providers, telcos, enterprise networks, financial institutions, everyone is allowed to come to the exchange. We have an open peering policy for all community members. And then we are creating a basic and advanced educational platform for engineers. So from time to time, we'll be organizing educational summits, educational events for the engineers. We are calling it the GHNOG, where all engineers come together. We bring in the various registrars to educate them on the best practices, routing policies, and all that. So that is also part of what the exchange seeks to offer the community. And then also we're doing traffic aggregation. Hello?
Thanks a lot for all this information. Unfortunately, we need to wrap up, so we can give you an extra minute for you to just wrap it up, and then we move to questions.
Okay, all right, let me move a bit faster. Yeah, so some of the advantages that we can look at is reduced latency, better end user experience, and then lower cost data costs. Also, talk of our current location. We are currently located in the Parks Data Centers, who happens to be one of the founding members. The facility is a carrier neutral facility with an N+1 redundancy. It has a meet-me room so everyone can connect, transact, and grow. It's equipped with a 2.5 MVA campus power, which means that power wouldn't be an issue for all CDNs and hyperscale providers who seek to come into the region. They have multiple fiber entries. They have over 40 plus carriers, which means that you will be able to benefit or do direct business with the backbone operators. The facility currently has 4+ CDNs, 4 telecommunication companies, and then enterprise and financial institutions. So yeah, that's a bit profile about Parks Data Centers. It's a Pan-African provider of cloud and carrier neutral co-location data center services in Africa. Yeah, so currently Parks and the IX is present in 2 locations. We are currently in Nairobi and then in Accra. We seek to expand our services to Kigali, Abidjan, and then Dakar in future, which we are currently working on. So let's take a tour.
Thank you very much for this presentation, Silas. I'm just going to check if there are any questions from the floor, and I cannot see any. I don't think that we have anything online as well. And if anyone has a live question, AFPIF is in Accra end of August last week, so that's going to be a nice occasion to answer questions. So Silas, thanks a lot. Thank you. And
you're welcome.
And we can move to our next speaker.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone.
Yes, the next speaker is Leo Vegoda. That's the peering DB update, or we have the URIX update first. That's not supposed to be the case. That's supposed to be peering DB first. So if you could please put the previous slides. And there we go. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Here is our marketing blurb and our global data statistics from yesterday, you'll see that we're pointing at campuses and carriers. They are new. Low numbers right now, but we hope that's going to change. But before we get to that, a little bit about the people. Bijal and Patrick stood down from the board after years of service. Rahul and Livio were elected in a competitive election, and we have new officers. Aaron has stood down from president to vice president. Chris Maleta has stepped up and is president. And Chris Caputo is looking to leave as secretary and treasurer. There has been an announcement about the skills and requirements of that position. Look on the announcement list, or just grab me or anyone else from PeeringDB who is here, and we can tell you more about it. We're also looking for volunteers for all of these committees. I've put some words about the kind of thing that you might want to offer if you wanted to join one of these committees. Please take a look. If you're interested, send a mail to stewards and we will get back to you. We've had a slew of people join in the last couple of months, but we're definitely looking for a few more. When we started running annual surveys, one of the first things that we heard was documentation. What documentation? We now have enough that we need to put it into 5 categories. That doesn't mean that we have enough, though. It's entirely possible that you think, how do I do this thing? Or why should I do this thing? And we need to write a document about it. So if there is anything that is missing, please let us know. And we will do our best to write some documentation that meets your needs. We also have a blog where we explain why we have done what we've done and hopefully why it's useful. And of course, if you're just interested in the general what it is that we have done over the last year, we have a product report. But now the meat and potatoes, the new carrier object. This is an object that describes high capacity layer 1 and layer 2 links into facilities. At the moment, it is a bit manual, and that's why the numbers are low. I have just scheduled the work to add in the automation, and that will significantly increase the number of carrier objects in the database. Essentially, we're going to transform it so that it's very similar to a network object. Of course, describing something different, but the process will be very similar. We deliberately introduced this as minimum viable product. We're looking for your input on how we can make it more useful to you. Obviously, automation is one step towards that, but there's definitely a product feature growth that could make it more useful to internet exchange points, to networks that have network split between multiple facilities, all sorts of things like that. The other object that we introduced earlier this year is the campus. We discussed this for a long time and eventually agreed that we're going to define a campus as cross connects between different facilities with a common ownership. So you don't need the carrier. We have an example here. If you have a campus of facilities and you haven't registered them in PeeringDB, then you're welcome to. One of the things that we're also doing is we're going to be introducing a KMZ file that describes the location of all of the facilities that are in PeeringDB. That is going to provide us with opportunities to do a lot more. Both the carrier and the campus object really need to be integrated better into our website, and so there's a lot of opportunity there to make these not just describe what's available, but make it much more useful to you. The other thing that we just introduced, like it went into production yesterday, is a V2 search. I've deliberately shown this on a mobile. You'll see there that it says, hey, if you've got feedback, please click here and give us some feedback. And I would definitely encourage anyone who gives this a go to click on that link and give us, even if it's just one line of feedback, what's good and how could we make it better. The idea with this is that you can use some natural language terms. Here's the example of a facility search for this city, Rotterdam. Of course, I put it on the mobile site because you can go and see that while it does show, there's definitely room for improvement in the web interface there as it is on a mobile device. So these are things that we're looking at. We know that we've put the carrier object in, we've put the campus object in, we're trying to change search. We need to integrate all of this, and we need to look at the website. We know a lot of use is on desktop. It's only 20% mobile. We have a feeling that some of that is because most usage is during the working week, and so people probably do it on their desktop computer. But maybe it's because people don't really like the mobile user interface, and so we need to improve that. But I'm looking here at the desktop user interface, and there's some marketing blurb. There's the recent updates to tell you how fresh the data is, but maybe this isn't actually useful to you, as in, you know, you don't necessarily need to know which of these carriers are new. And so there's opportunities for us to make PeeringDB more useful to you as a user. If you're logged in, you know what PeeringDB is, so you don't necessarily need that marketing blurb. If you're logged in, maybe we should be showing you a dashboard, and it should have some saved searches that you have selected or other things. Please contact us and say, these are the things that would make PeeringDB a more useful website to me, so that we can go and put these into the design process and really make your experience smoother and better. One of the things that we've been thinking about is perhaps now we have this campus object, maybe we should be showing some maps, and the map should go and show which facilities are there, which are campuses, which campuses are connected by carriers, that sort of thing. Let us know what would be useful to you, and we will, you know, integrate that into our design process. So what's ahead? Well, we want to build out the carrier and campus objects. We want to make the website work better for you. We have a series of releases planned over the next year. You can see here we also publish the internal testing date, and that's also because you can write software that is integrated into PeeringDB. If there's something that is on the issue list that's ready for development, and you think I'd really like to get this in sooner rather than later, and you're a software developer, you can develop for us. And so that's why we're putting this information out there. And if you aren't a software developer, but you want to know what has been released recently, our release notes page does describe all of the recent changes. We couldn't do any of this without our sponsors. We're very grateful to them. They make all of this possible, and PeeringDB is completely supported by sponsorship. That's how it works. So thank you to our sponsors. If you have questions, then if there is time, I'm happy to take questions. Otherwise, if you need support, we have a support address. And if you've got a feature idea, please let our product committee know, and we will discuss product ideas with you.
Hello, good morning, Nurani from Links. Thanks, Leo, good presentation.
I really like the campus category. So I was just wondering, is that something that's self-defined, or do you have a definition of it under one entity with a cross-connect, or how does that work? And what is sort of the moderation process there?
So campus is that if you're in facility A that is owned by the same organization as facility B, and you can get a cross-connect, then it's a campus. We don't have any regulation in the sense that we're not going to, if you don't actually offer a cross-connect and you go and say that you're a campus, we're not going to do strong interrogation of what you actually offer. If you go and misrepresent yourself on PeeringDB, the community of people who use PeeringDB will notice and they will go and speak to each other. I don't think this is something where us vetting the data heavily ahead of time is actually going to be more helpful than the community managing the reputation itself.
Yeah, great. No, I was not asking for some heavy moderation of it. So, yeah, great. And then the other thing I was wondering was, do you do any outreach to, data centers that run campuses and who might not be aware of this, saying, hey, are these look like they might be part of a campus? Maybe you should, add that as a record.
Well, we have written a blog post, we've done social media, and I have spoken to individuals, but the last part of the outreach is coming here and speaking here, and I'm confident that we will be attending other events and speaking at other events. We could perhaps do things like some paid LinkedIn advertising or something like that, but our marketing budget is relatively small. So if you speak to someone and they have a campus but they haven't registered, if you could let them know, then that would be super.
I will. Thank you.
And I think that we will, last question from you, and then I think that we need to close the queue.
Thanks. Blake with Zayo, just saying thanks. The carrier and campus initiatives are both appreciated. We use the heck out of this stuff, and I'll try to make the case for sponsorship and stuff. So, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you, Leo. And now we can move on to our next speaker. Bija, welcome for the URX update.
Hello. Hello, everyone. Thanks for having me here again. I'm going to give a quick update on URIX. First, actually, I just want to get a feel of the room. How many people in the room know what URIX is? Oh, okay, good. Okay, so I won't go into too much detail about who we are. So we are a membership of Internet Exchange Points. We currently have 70 members, and you can see the list of our members here. Our latest members being the Layer Switch IX, which is actually based in the Netherlands. We also have patrons. We got 2 new patrons this year, Adtran and Renewtech, so we welcome them. I think some of them may be in the room. And our patrons are organizations that work closely with Internet Exchange Points or want to have some kind of closer relationship with the Internet Exchange Points. So they're equipment vendors, optics providers, and data centers. We hold events. We have 2 membership events a year. We've also started doing, now that we're post-COVID, we've also started to run a couple of workshops. So we'll be running some workshops. I'm going to talk about one of those in my talk a bit later on. We provided a number of services to the membership and to the community, and these include reports. So we have an IXP report, which is public, and that's going to be going out for in the next month for last year's report. We do newsletters, which are now quarterly. So if you're interested in hearing about what's going on at IX, please feel free to subscribe to our newsletters. Of course, we have mailing lists, and the mailing lists are for members, but we do have some mailing lists, specifically the root server mailing list, which is open for root server developers and others that are interested in root server work. We do a benchmarking report, and I already mentioned the working groups. We are also working on a number of tools and projects which are for the community and which are also led by the community and worked on by the community. One of our biggest projects is the IXP database, which I will talk about a bit later on in detail. We also have a peering toolbox, which I'm also going to expand on in a bit. We have a fellowship and mentor IX program, and this is for IXPs that need help or need support. So the fellowship program funds IXPs to attend the EuroIX meeting, where they get to interact and network with over 40 internet exchange points during a couple of days, which is extremely valuable. We've also, and then the Mentor IX program is there for IXPs that need any help. So if they are looking for any specific help on a specific topic, they can come to EuroIX and say, okay, we need help in this area. And then EuroIX, we will go out and find an IX that would be well suited to help you achieve the goals that you want. We have a root server large BGP community list, and you can find this on the EuroIX website. And we released a film that was done last year. So anyone wanting to learn a bit more about IXPs, please feel free to go and see the film. So during this update, what I do is I send a message out to our members mailing list, and I ask the members if they have any updates. So I've got a couple of updates from our members for you, and then I'm going to talk about some work that we've been doing in EuroIX in a bit more detail. So first up, we have DKIX. The latest news from DKIX is that they have migrated to Peering LAN 2, which is based on EVPN. And this is obviously improved security and robustness for their locations, except for India. They launched a DKIX cloud router to support direct data transfer between the different hyperscale cloud providers. And a couple of the DKIX IXs have reached peak traffics, and specifically DFW, New York, sorry, I'm not going to know, LIC, and Frankfurt. So that's the update from DKIX. We have an update from Moscow IX. They have had their first implementation of BGP roles, which is RFC 9234 at the root service, and that was implemented in March 2023. They've also implemented a bird daemon where they've had a couple of issues, but that's all fine now. They've got closed peering groups started at the IX, and this is isolation for corporate and business peers and protection from DDoS attacks. Other topics at Moscow IX, smart customer notification about BFD, BGP sessions, state and prefixes, and the DDoS protection, which is based on FlowSpec. Next up, we have Stuttgart IX. And the update from Stuttgart is they've had a new peak traffic at 122 gig and 29 peers with 825 gig connected capacity. And they are preparing currently for EVPN and VXLAN 25 gig and 400 gig ports, which is expected to go live in Q1 2024. An update from MIX, the Milan Internet Exchange. They've also had a traffic peak at 2.8 terabits. They now have 10 points of presence and 3 IXPs in Italy, 2 new points of presence and 2 IXPs in Rome and Caserta, and that's due to go live in Q3 2023. And they're focused on development of regional interconnection hubs. They have also extended the broadcast domain on their main peering LAN, which will be done by the end of this year. And they're also offering BGP training courses for members also in 2023. And last but not least, an update from Lynx. Links have partnered with Equinix at Links Nova in America. There has been expansion at Links Manchester to Atlas Edge and a new strategic partnership with Africa Data Centers. So that's all the updates from the IXPs. I see I'm running out of time, so I'm going to try and speed it up. A quick update on the IXP database. So the IXP database is a IXF initiative. The IXF is represented by LECIX, FIX, APIX, and EURIX. And together, we are working on a database, the IXP database, which is fully automated. It's a community-driven schema that allows IXPs to report their data. And I think this is the key thing here, is that the IXPs are reporting the data automatically to the IXP database. There is no other input, it's just from the IXPs. It includes lots of information about the IXP participants, the IXP locations, the hardware, and root servers also that are used at IXPs. So if you're interested, you can find the schema and the documentation on GitHub, and you can also add your, if you're an IXP, you can also add your URL to PeeringDB. Coming soon, we are working on visualization and maps for the database, dynamic filtering, downloadable data sets, which actually you can already do now. You can download your any data set. So if you want to search for IXPs, or if you're looking for AS numbers, or we also have a compare function where you're able to actually compare different IXs. And when you do this, you can see what ASNs are present at one IX and not present at another, so or present at another. So you can look at where there is a common ground between networks or IXPs. And all of this information is downloadable. So we continue to build data pipelines, and we'll be working on securing the actual database and upgrading to some new software and doing all those fun back-end things that you can't forget. There is a mailing list for users. Like I said, you can find all the information on GitHub, and on GitHub there is an API. And there is a website, and there's also an admin team. So if you have any questions, or if you want to find any information in the IXP database that you can't find, feel free to contact the admin team. The IXP database is also fully sponsored, so we don't use any of the EURIX resources for funding this project. And so I would like to, of course, thank the sponsors, because without them, we could not make this happen. So thank you very much to the sponsors. And if you're interested in sponsoring this wonderful work that we're doing, feel free to speak to me, drop me a mail, or catch me here. The next project that I'm going to talk about is the Peering Toolbox. The Peering Toolbox is a community-focused learning tool. So, as we know, the way that traditional transit and ISPs has changed over the last 20 years. Before, the ISPs would provide internet transit to organizations, and it was quite simple. But what's happened is that the growth in the importance of the internet to business operations is driving more enterprise networks to manage their own connections and to the internet, which also means joining IXPs. So we're seeing more and more enterprise networks joining IXPs. So now there's more to work with there. So it's not just one direct connection with your ISP. You're working with multiple peers and also the IXP. So what's the problem, or where is the challenge? Enterprise networks now take on the roles previously which was being handled by the ISP, so they're having to learn a lot more when this is all very new for them. And there's a lot of questions like, where do I start? What do I need to know? where do I go? Because there's a lot of information which is scattered around the internet, and there's no one single place where you can actually find everything. If you're an enterprise network, where you can learn how to start peering or learn about internet exchange points. So this is where the peering toolbox comes in. It is driven by the community. It is a EuroIX project. We've got organizations involved like Links, NAP Africa, Kentic, and HENet. And the idea is to provide a learning structured and best practice information in small chunks so that it's easy for people to take in. I'm actually going to speed up a lot now. We have contracted this work to Philip Smith, who has over 25 years in experience in training in BGP and IXPs. The beginners section is done, so please take a look, peering at the website, peeringtoolbox.net. And you can find answers to questions like, what is a network operator? Really simple things, which, some things in, that we can sit in the room and think, oh, well, we know what that is. But, people who are new into the industry don't. The peering toolbox is available now, and the beginner section is complete. We are working on the intermediate section, which will hopefully be available before the end of the year. A quick update on a root server workshop that we held in March. We now have a working group within EuroIX, and we have Ches and Stavros, who is here, and Irina from Lukix. We had 14 IXPs present, and some of the topics that we covered was automation, monitoring, bird's eye, and there was a few others. We did actually take some decisions, and the decisions include the community was in favor of supporting the restriction of the amount of BGP communities that can be used per BGP feed. It was agreed to simplify it, allowing a max of 500 BGP communities of any type and per feed. The members were in favor of deprecating and stop using extended communities on root servers. And there was support only for the standard and large communities. And like I said, the list of the large communities is available on the EuroIX website. So if you want to see what that is, you can. Other decisions taken, RFC 1997 BGP communities. So there's a strong consensus on keeping them transparent on the root server implementations, no strip and no react. An IXP manager is already doing this. So for IXPs that are using IXP manager, it just makes it much easier to follow this. My last slide, regulatory working group. So we also have a regulatory working group within EuroIX now, and this came about I guess you could say the regulatory working group started working at the end of last year, when we wrote a letter to the EU on the SNMP fair share debate. As a European Association for Internet Exchange Points, where our members' primary business is interconnecting, we wanted to share our concerns on what was being discussed. So we did that in January. And also on Friday, we did also submit a response to the survey on the consultation. And we responded to section 4, which was specifically on the fair contribution by all digital players. And that's it. Thank you. Are there any questions?
All right. Any questions for Bijal? Going once, going twice. I'm going to say the magic word after this, but please don't forget to rate the talks. And with that, thank you all for attending. And it is now the magic word, lunchtime. See you next time.
Welcome everyone to the database working group. I see we still have some folks coming in, so we'll get started here in a second. Up today, we have a great agenda. Our usual operational update from Ed. Dennis has some stuff he wants to talk about in regards to some concepts we've been discussing in regards to managing the RIPE database. And we have Maria, who's going to talk about some database use cases, as well as any other business. There's a few housekeeping items. Just want to make sure that everybody knows where all the fire exits are, just in case. You never know when the fire alarm is going to go off. But they're in the back and off to the side. And with that, we're still looking for chairs. So if you're interested, please come up and see the chairs. We've had a single chair slot open. I know a few folks have expressed some interest, but definitely need help with the working group. And as always, we conduct all our business on the mailing list. So if you're not subscribed to the mailing list, please do. And if you have any questions or otherwise, interest in the database, we encourage you to bring all of that to the mailing list. But with that, Ed.
Okay, thank you, William. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Ed Ashrayan. I'm a specialist software engineer with RIPE NCC working on the RIPE database. And here's the operational update. There's now 5 of us in the team, yeah, this is this update is a summary of all the good work we've been doing since the last RIPE meeting at RIPE 85 in October. So we've had 3 WHOIS releases, 2 feature releases, and 1 kind of a bug fix release. 1.105. There was an issue late last year to do with short named AS sets colliding between different IRR databases. And to solve that, we switched to only allowing hierarchical AS sets to be created. Existing short named AS sets were unaffected. The next release, 106, we implemented an improvement on NWI 19 to set the source correctly for the AS set, that it should match the non-auth source, and that affected a couple of hundred AS sets. We started work on the NRTM version 4 implementation. So that release contained snapshots and various improvements to our ORDAP implementation. And the final release in April, we made more improvements to NRTM. We implemented deltas and notification files, and made further improvements to ORDAP. Okay, we had 3 outages to go along with the 3 releases, but not coincidental. In late December, we had a server migration, and mail updates large mail updates were not processed. And even worse, we didn't send any replies, so that the mails disappeared into a black hole. We had a new script to process to put mail updates into the database, but large updates overflowed the script. But we've improved the script and the monitoring so that shouldn't happen again. Secondly, on the 23rd of March, the NRTM service was unreachable for a few minutes. We were updating our load balancer. We were adding a new name for the NRTM version 4 service, and we inadvertently affected the existing service, but thankfully we had monitoring and we caught it pretty quickly. And finally, in April, there were intermittent interruptions to the Whois query service due to ORDAP queries. We had spikes in ORDAP queries, and we've made some structural changes to address that, and that will be in the next release. In the meantime, we've mitigated it. And the last point, there's a new website, status.ripe.net. It's independent from the old ripe.net website where the announcements were posted. Yeah, you can check that site for outages. And if you have a problem with the service, please let us know as well. Okay, so statistics. Yeah, as usual, a bunch of statistics on recently created features. Regular abuse validation, we are about halfway through the validation for the year. There are 93,000 abuse addresses in the database, and there are 55,000 left to be validated, but we are on track, seeing as we're nearly halfway through the year. There's 2 related cleanups for the non-outsource. We deleted 147 and 77 route and route 6 objects to do with that are conflicting with our RPKI, and also unregistered prefixes. So the non-outsource is still over 50,000 objects in total, but automated cleanups like this are really helping to reduce the size of it. NWI8 to synchronize portal users to the default maintainer. We've seen that there's less organizations synchronizing users now, and yeah, not sure why, just slightly fewer, but I think it's a really useful feature. And lastly, the NWI9 to now that the NRTM service is open, there's no agreement needed. We have nearly 1,000 distinct client IPs now using the service, which is 3 times more than around the last RIPE meeting. So we've had 2 database cleanups related to NWI19. It was 76, so we moved 76 ASZ objects to the non-auth database to match the autonome source, and we notified maintainers. And secondly, we unlocked nearly 500 assigned PA and legacy resources. They were locked a long time ago, 2004, and our registry services department from time to time get requests from LIRs to unlock them, but it was time to clean that up and do a blanket fix, as many as we could. So they are now set to the LIR default maintainer. And again, we notified maintainers of those objects. Operational work, we now have an operational person within our team, which really helps with operational stuff. We found that grey-listed responses in the abuse email validation job was not being supported properly, so we fixed that. So it means that there's a lot less false positives on the abuse validation, which really helps. Reduces the ticket load and the false positives going out to our users. And we made some progress on passwords. We're protecting secrets better in our pipeline now when we deploy Whois. Previously, secrets were mixed up with the properties, and now they're separated and a bit more secure. And we're improving the password rotation process as well. It was quite cumbersome and hard to do, so we're trying to make it now more regular and easier to rotate passwords. The web application, the focus for the web application since the last RIPE meeting was we're continuing on the work to make it open source. We believe it's a good thing that we work in the open, and all of our software should be open as much as possible. We need to clean up the code before we do that. And one major thing was to remove test data from identifying test data that were from the production database into tests. We need to make the tests, anonymize the tests basically. And We got feedback from our InfoSec department that an external security review of the code is a good idea. So we are planning to do that before we proceed with making it open source. RIPE database documentation. I think I mentioned this at the last RIPE meeting as well. We want to make the documentation easier to maintain, and also we want to accept feedback and changes from our users. So we've switched to using Markdown. The documentation is using its own repository now as open source, and we're deploying from that repository. And in progress, we are continuing to migrate documentation. There's a DB support area on the website with a lot of very old documentation in there. We are either deleting really old content that is, or we are, where we can, where it's still useful, relevant, we will put it on the new documentation website. And we're putting redirects in place in case anyone has bookmarked the previous location. ORDAP, or Registration Data Access Protocol, it's a standard, and across RIR, all the RIR support it. We made some improvements. We're now redirecting inverse domain queries, so to the authoritative source in the same way as we do for altnum, initnum, and 6num. And we made various improvements to align with the how the other RIRs are doing it. So we added networks and altnums elements. We are not returning AS block anymore, so it's a flat model for the service. We're including descriptions, ordering elements, so the response is consistent, and finally events and notices. So you'll find that the response from the RIPE database is a lot more consistent now with the responses that you get from the other RIRs. Full text search API. So we were asked in the past to open source the full text search API, make it available, because it's a nice complement to using the Whois service. It was open. It has been open, but it was tailored more for the web application. So rather than end users, we focused on making it we fit with the full text search page on the website, but it is more generally usable. I think useful. Firstly, we had to switch the open source the engine to Elasticsearch to make it a bit more robust. Previously, we're using the Lucene engine, which is built into Whois, but if we have a problem in Lucene, we can crash Whois, which is not what we want. So it's more available, it's clustered, and we have it in a separate process, so it should be more reliable. And it also means we can develop changes faster in the full text search engine, that we don't need to wait for Whois release to make operational or changes to the index. We've raised the per request limit. We've removed the 10-page request limit, which is also tied to the web application. We've made some bug fixes, and which is in progress. We haven't published it yet, but we're improving the documentation. So you need documentation to be able to use the API. So we'll publish that and announce it shortly. And just to go through some examples, the endpoint is there. It's publicly available. You have the choice of XML or JSON. You can query for a string. So it's a lot more. You'll get a lot more matches than with Whois. So you can match remarks, descriptions, AS sets, imports, exports. You query by string, limit by object type, and or the attribute. And you can have pagination because of the per request limit. If you want more results, you'll have to start using pagination. But I think it's pretty straightforward to use. Okay, and moving on to numbered work items. So the progress that we've made since the last RIPE meeting on the numbered work items. Firstly, NWI 4 role of status field in multi-valid status context. So published an impact analysis in December, and that is for a specific proposal to use solve the problem definition by adding a new status, allocated assigned PA. But the advantage is that it's more of a straightforward solution. The drawback is that the LIR and the customer, the end user, cannot share the object. It's already co-maintained between the RIPE NCC and the LIR, so it means the customer can't make edits, and it's going to be pretty cumbersome. Yeah, in bold here, is this acceptable to the database working group? And thank you, Vessel, for his contribution yesterday. The alternative is to use a tuple using inet num, inet 6 num, the prefix, plus the status. That's possible because we already do something similar with route and route 6 objects. But the drawback is that clients need to be aware of this and use the tuple, because as more of these objects go in, the more likely there'll be a collision. And if you just use the prefix, you'll have multiple matches. NWI 10, as we said at RIPE 85, we were wrapping up the definition of country. We populated the country code where available. The vast majority of end user organizations, we had data for that at the RIPE meeting. So the following week, we populated the database. And then I think in the following month, we finished. The changes are now synchronized from the internal registry. So changes to the country code, the legal address in the internal registry are reflected then in the RIPE database. And one other change we made was to make the country code editable in organizations without co-maintained resources, because this is consistent with how org name is done and other attributes in those types of organization objects. The downside is that what it means is not defined. So it can be, yeah, it can create, it can cause some confusion. So I think we need to, yeah, define what it means. Yes, to make it a bit more useful. NRTM version 4. This has been the focus of our development since the last RIPE meeting. We contributed to the draft RFC document, and thank you to my colleagues in the community on their hard work on this. We've now mostly finished the server-side implementation. It's in our release candidate environment for testing. The URL is there. Links to the latest. The notification file contains links to the latest snapshot and Delta files. So if you go to the RC environment, make some changes, you'll see them reflected in the Delta file. So it's ready for testing, I think. It's not enabled in production yet. The code changes have been in the last 2 WHOIS releases, but it's not feature complete. We're working on signing notifications, key rotation, and we want to set up a CDN because the snapshot files are multiple hundreds of megabytes. And if we have 1,000 clients as we have, we see in the current NRTM version 3, we want to put a CDN in front of that traffic. And we expect an upcoming client-side implementation in IRRD to take advantage of NRTM version 4. Okay, so this has been a long time coming, I'm afraid, and apologies, it hasn't had the priority of the other numbered work items, but this is a proposal to protect references to objects in the RIPE database by extending the M&T ref attribute to 4 more object types. The solution definition and impact analysis are in the working group now. There have been no objections. I think there was 1 email of support, so you can expect that in the next WHOIS release. NWI 19, yes, as discussed, the first 2 WHOIS releases since the last RIPE meeting implemented NWI 19. That only hierarchical AS set names are now can be created now. And yeah, and the AS sets referencing non-auth nums have the non-auth source. Okay, and moving on to upcoming changes. So the work that we see us working on between now and the next RIPE meeting. So firstly, client certificate authentication, and this has also been in the pipeline for a while. We implemented it using our proxy layer years ago. It was a beta. So the idea here is that you can use the certificate that you use to make the TLS connection as the way that you authenticate the WHOIS updates. And it was working. We removed the proxy layer, which meant we had to go back to drawing board. We found it difficult to implement this using the load balancer setup that we have. So we are going to now move this TLS support from the load balancer to the backend servers. So we have more control over the session, and this will give us other advantages as well. like in single server test environments, where a load balancer is not necessary. And this will allow us to support optional client certificates in the HTTPS request. And secondly, cleaning up remarks attributes. There are various remarks in the RIPE database from years ago, decades ago, and there's 4 examples: ERX transfers, references by name, the non-authentication scheme was deprecated, and the rev SRV attribute was deprecated. So for those 4 things, we propose that doing a cleanup to remove those remarks. They're no longer necessary. But I will email the working group with a more complete proposal to do that. I just want to let you know that we're planning it. More RDAP features. So these are in the pipeline. Other RIRs are implementing them. Firstly, redacted fields. So there are some attributes that we don't want to send in to reveal in the RDAP responses, such as the auth attribute in maintainers. And rather than not return anything, we want a field. We're going to implement this feature that will tell the client which attributes we have not returned. And yeah, we're using redaction by removal right now. And secondly, the RIR search. So you can research for entities already, but we want to extend that to searching by for init num -6 num by net name and alt nums by AS name, and you can do relation searches as well and searching by status. So we think this will be a useful feature for RDAP. And oh, finally, so we have one more section using the cloud, and I just wanted to quickly give an update. Building on Felipe's presentation yesterday at the services working group, I wanted to revisit the work that we've done for the cloud. And firstly, trying to explain why would we use the cloud. There are some challenges we have with the current on-premise environment that we would like to address, and we feel that the cloud has a role in helping us with this. So I see there's 4 main areas, and again, Felipe's presentation and the framework that we do have on the website goes into this a little bit. Firstly, availability. Our on-premise environment is vulnerable to denial of service attacks, and it is in one geographical location. So we would like to spread the database a little bit more and make it more available using cloud services. Resiliency. We want to improve the resiliency of the cloud, of the database using the cloud. Security, they're much better security frameworks, giving you more fine-grained control over your data using cloud services. And finally, we want some more flexibility. We see cloud services as a way to more easily roll out new services and future-proof the WHOIS, that we can make improvements using these services. So in summary, a cloud architecture will help us deliver a better service to the community. But that said, that we would still maintain an on-premise environment for failover. And using the cloud, just to recap what was said yesterday, we've recently updated the cloud strategy framework together with the service criticality definitions, which were agreed with the community over the last 2 years. The external, in the database work group specifically, we sent a questionnaire on the external criticality levels for the external areas. Published that in the working group last year and asked for feedback. That was finalized a couple of months ago. And internally, we also determined impact levels on various internal areas. So different departments in the RIPE CC gave us their feedback on what they expected the impact levels to be for different issues with the database. And the final service criticality ratings are a blend of those two internal and external feedbacks. And in particular for the RIPE database, we see data confidentiality as high, data integrity as very high, and data availability as high. And we would use the data availability level as the basis for our cloud migration. And finally, next steps. So I didn't come today to present a plan on the cloud migration, but I would like to instead start a consultation with community, like we do with other areas. We're going to create a high-level architecture, so you have something to discuss, something to talk about in the coming weeks, and we'll publish that on the website, and then we can start a discussion in the mailing list. Secondly, once the high-level architecture is there, we want to address concerns previously raised, and we want to engage the community more and refine the architecture based on that feedback. And yeah, finally, we need to make a decision on whether to use the cloud or stay on premise for the challenges we're facing with the current architecture. I think that's everything then. Thank you for your attention. Any questions?
Regarding NWA4 on, I think it's page 15, that's it, yeah. I seem to recall there being discussions about using the tuple in the past for, as in having the primary key for INET6 num be both the INET6 num, INET num and status, but that it was considered to be like the impact was too big, because I like that idea more. I think it's a better idea, but well, if the impact is too big, then it's like, so has something changed, or am I completely misremembering?
No, you absolutely are. You're correct. There were two tracks, there are two possible solutions to this. I presented a proposal in December around the new status because it seems more straightforward. On the other hand, the drawback is that you can't co-maintain the object, so that might be not acceptable. If not, I will create a new impact analysis for the other solution, and absolutely that is quite feasible because we've already done it for route and route 6 objects. There is a tuple there, but the problem is that there's a potential for client breakage because you have the prefix is not enough anymore.
So yeah, I would appreciate an impact analysis.
Thank you. So I will give, please, if the community can comment on their preference, and I will create a new impact analysis for the tuple. Thank you.
Dennis Walker, co-chair of the database working group. Thanks for bringing up the issue about comments as well, particularly the ERX. For those who don't know, ERX stands for Early Registration Transfer. In the early days of RARs, a lot of the legacy space ended up in the wrong RAR databases. Some of it ended up in multiple databases. So the idea of the ERX transfer, which we did 20 years ago, was to put it all in, move it into the right databases. Now, some of those comments are actually where the objects coexisted in both ARIN and RIPE databases. We merged the data into the new RIPE object, and we put a comment asking the resource holder to actually fix it and to put, to put the right data into those objects. 20 years on, we still have those comments because we still have the combined data. Nobody's actually touched those objects in 20 years. So a question I'd like to just throw out to the community, should we do anything about that? It's not just the comments that's a problem, it's the data in those objects that's a problem. So does it matter to anybody? Does it matter to anything or anyone? Should there be any process to try and fix that data?
Thanks, Dennis. I would ask then if there's still a purpose for that data in the database, and if not, maybe we can create a proposal to clean it up.
Presumably the objects still exist because they are legacy resources, but we don't know who owns them. We don't know what the data means or if it's correct. So, what should we do?
Thank you, Dennis. I will ask that question in addition to the cleanup when I propose it on the working group.
Hello, I'm
Magnus or Mem at NetNode. When I automate things, I prefer RDAP in front of Whois. And in the Whois repository at GitHub, you have like a README for RDAP with 15 things. That's not in there yet, but this doesn't say much if it's things like lack of time to implement it, or if it's lack of standardization in the RFC, and how much involved are you in sorting out things that may be lacking in the RFCs with a data model, like managed by objects that's put in the registrant field, like and stuff. So it would be better if this README field had more like what will be the way forward for each of these bullets.
Okay, yeah, thanks for your feedback. Yeah, we are involved with the IETF and also the other RIRs. We collaborate with them, and this kind of effort the last 6 months have been to standardize the protocol where possible. The sticking points in that README are to do with inconsistencies between the protocol and the RIPE database. For example, if you look for an entity with a specific name, you can have a collision between a maintainer with the same name, a person with the same name. And it's really, without a fix in the spec, it's really difficult to resolve things like that. So we are reducing that list, and that list has gotten shorter since the last RIPE meeting, but eliminating it completely is going to be tricky. So we're down to the trickiest issues with the protocol now.
Yeah, I understand that. Then just add a little bit more information if it's like data model problem or lack of time or whatever, or decision. So it would be more informative.
Thank you. I will do that.
Peter Hessler from GlobalWays. Because we have a cleanup on the slide, it's time for my traditional remark of please inform the maintainers before making any changes. I'm sure that was already in your plan and that will be communicated to us in the future. But I see the word cleanup and I say the words please inform. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, duly noted. And in the previous cleanups, we did make sure to. Okay, I will try and find it. But yeah, it's a point well taken. It's something we need to do. Keep the community informed and the database working group informed. Okay. Thanks for your time.
Thanks, Ed. Up next is managing the RIPE database with Dennis Walker.
I just need to wash the coffee down. Okay. One of the benefits of being retired is you have plenty of time, at least in the short term. That gives you time to think, time to reflect, time to review, time to do what if kind of analysis, particularly being an analyst as well. So this gives me time to think about the RIPE database. How have we managed it in the recent years? Is it working? Is it optimal? Is there a better way of doing it? So I came up with this, well, these thoughts have been building in my mind for quite some time. So I thought I'd just throw the idea out to you and see what you think. And one of the questions is it time for a change? There's been a lot of frustration in recent years over the community involvement in database management, sometimes the lack of. But is the real problem our expectation of the community? The RIPE NCC provides a lot of services to the membership, to resource holders, to the wider community. Things like RIPE Stat, LAR Portal, RPKI, web services, SSO, and the database. None of these other services demand a high level of community involvement over the fine detail of every small technical change. So why should we demand or expect this for the RIPE database? Yes, the RIPE database was one of the foundation pillars of the RIPE NCC. It's still kind of a unique service, but it has matured. Everybody's busy these days. There's lots of demands on your time. In a business sense, you will only invest your time in something that gives you a return. What is your return on a small technical or operational change to the RIPE database? You may see a comment on the mail list and think, yeah, that'd be useful. If only someone else would sort it out. And for us to expect you to get heavily involved in the discussions, the analysis, the design, the implementation, and all these details for these little changes is just completely unrealistic. And the reality over the last few years proves that point. So what is important to you? What we're thinking is, let's create two categories of changes to the RIPE database. Those changes that involve registry and policy issues, and those changes of more of a technical and operational nature. And these two categories of changes can be managed in different ways. Over time, we can fine-tune it to decide what is a policy issue and what is more of a small technical change. For the registry and policy changes, these are usually more critical changes. They do need a wide discussion and they do need a consensus. They may need the full PDP process. And things, examples of this are things like discussions on privacy, how we use legal addresses, change of the database purposes, and that kind of thing. For the technical and operational changes, we use this numbered work item system now, but it still requires the community discussion and a consensus on that discussion. But the community is often indifferent on the detail of that change, or sometimes even the outcome if it's not relevant to you. If there's no discussion or comments, there can be no consensus. And if there's no consensus, nothing changes. Even though nobody has any objections to a possible change, the database is just technically frozen in time because we don't have the discussion, we don't have a consensus, we can't change anything. So the chairs are proposing a new way to manage these kind of changes. We should still announce any issue or problem as we do now with the NWIs. We should announce it on the mailing lists. Anyone in the community can choose to comment or not, as you wish. And then we should allow the RIPE NCC, who have some fantastic engineers, to propose ways to solve these issues and to implement those solutions. So we should give the RIPE NCC a mandate then to actually make these changes, overseen perhaps by the chairs. And some examples of this is one that we just mentioned, how we assign a whole allocation object, historical queries that perhaps go beyond the most recent deletion point, and RTM version 4, that level of change. So what effect would this have? If the community comments and discusses on the issue that we put on the mailing list, then that's fine. All those comments will be taken into account as we make a decision. But if the community is indifferent on the detail of how we make this change, the outcome of the change, then, we'll listen to the silence, and then the chairs instruct the NCC to get on with it. Everything will be done openly and transparently. Everything will still be on the mailing list. Nothing's going to be hidden. The community can start or restart a discussion on any of these issues at any time, as you can do now. And changes to the database are rarely irreversible. If we were going to do something that is actually irreversible, then that would be a major change that would perhaps require PDP or serious discussion and real consensus. But at least this allows the database to evolve and improve as a service, which at the moment we just can't get so many of these little issues implemented because nobody wants to talk about them. To you, they're not that relevant, they're not that interesting, you don't have the time, but you don't object to it. So, but no, we're stuck. Well, the community is still in control. Even if you don't say anything because you don't object to it, we take that silence effectively as consensus. We tell the NCC to get on with it and fix the problem or sort out the issue. You are still in control. If you don't like a decision, you can talk to us on the mailing list. You can say, hang on a minute, we don't agree with that. Maybe this is the motivation that will prompt you to actually say something sometimes on these issues. But silence would be consent. I also think there are many issues around and surrounding the database that could be considered as policy issues outside of existing policies like address policy and sometimes anti-abuse policy. So we're thinking perhaps we do need now a basic right database policy where these sort of issues can sit. And at the moment we don't have anywhere to put these. And that could be developed and extended over time. Some examples of what could be in that kind of policy is the database purposes. We have the terms and conditions of use of the right database. We never say that bit of use, we just talk about terms and conditions, but that's what they actually are. This was, the terms and conditions were put together way back in 2010 by the task force we had at the time. And as part of that task force, we also identified and listed the purposes of the right database. And it was just convenient at the time to put it all together into one document. But really the terms and conditions of using something isn't where you would normally define what it is, what it means, why it exists. So that's perhaps more suited to a policy. Also, this process for managing technical changes to the database. If we were to put that into a policy, it gives it a bit more authority to actually do these things. So where do we go from here? This presentation is basically giving you the bare bones of an idea of how we can move forward and break this stalemate we have on a lot of these issues. If we decide to move on with it, we can expand on the detail. But the goals are basically to keep the right database moving forward as the industry and the society changes, and to keep up with those changes, to improve it over time as a product and a service, avoid these technical freezes due to the indifference, and to make changes efficiently and conclusively. So, please discuss, and if you have any questions, fire them at me.
Cynthia Redström. I just want to say I really support this because, well, yeah, it's a big issue. There are very few people who are active on the mailing list, and even I sometimes, I guess, don't feel like I have the time or energy to do something, or like to say, yes, I support this, or I support this if it's like tiny edition. And it's good that, or I think it would be good if the database team could like propose things, because even if I can give input, it's very rare that I have like new ideas of things that could be improved, because, well, the database team knows that's best.
Yeah.
So that was the main thing that I really support this. And then there was the whole thing about the having a database policy. And I was thinking, has the legal team given some impact or input, on the proposal to like move things away from terms and conditions and into a policy?
Well, if we were to do something like that, it would be via a policy proposal and the PDP. And as part of that process, it will have a legal review. So all of that will work into it, and we're not going to sidestep anything.
Yeah, that's good. I was just wondering, like, has there currently been like some input on the general idea? Like, is that a fine idea, or is this like there's some obvious issue that it just would make the suggestion work?
No, I haven't actually sat down with the legal team at any point and said specifically, what do you think about having a right database policy? Well, I've kind of hinted at it quite a number of times in recent meetings.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, Massimo Candela, NTT. So, no, I agree with the additional flexibility. I'm not against it. The only thing I want to maybe spend a word on is on the word indifference. Sometimes so what I want to say is that sometimes it's not indifference, but as she said, sometimes it can be that requires a lot of interaction, and in some mailing lists more than others. And so basically at some point, I feel it for myself. Sometimes you know what, never mind, I'm gonna regret doing it. So what I'm saying is that we could do a way, because I quite like how organized and structured the work is with the NWI items. We could do a way where we can just vote with the Booleans. We are all behind the RIPE NCC, so we could just say yes, no, instead of, because also in mailing lists, like at the meeting, there are people that are more vocal than others. So sometimes you start and it never ends, and then it gets annoying, and then nobody interacts anymore. So I think a way in the middle where it's easier to just vote would maybe simplify the process.
Yeah, one of the problems with the mailing list is, as you say, you get a narrow group of people who commonly speak about various things. You get other people on the fringes who then feel a little bit shy or intimidated to speak up and actually question somebody with more experience or apparent authority than they have. So you get narrow views, or sometimes, like you said, whether it's indifference, whether you don't have the time, whether you don't even have the technical knowledge of how the database works internally to be able to argue about how to do something. That's why the RAP NCC has full-time engineers who know the database inside out. So one of the ideas behind this is to give the NCC that authority to actually propose the ways of finding solutions to these problems, because they know how the database works. A lot of other people just know how to use it.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Especially for the small technical things, that's totally fine. I was just wanted to clarify on the indifference.
Yeah.
Peter Hessler. I have found the NWI process to be incredibly frustrating to deal with. If you remember when it was introduced, there was a lot of activity and a lot of discussions around the NWIs, and then it died because nothing would happen, nothing would change. And I actually feel like it would be better for us as a community to go back to the traditional PDP process. Like that actually has more structure about it. We have time frames, and I think time frames, knowing when your comments would help, would make a big difference. I'm also a little confused that I thought the NCC database team of the NCC was able to submit suggestions to the community. I thought they've always had this ability. So,
well, there is this discussion in parallel that Miriam started as the RIPE chair about how the RIPE NCC staff get involved in community matters. So I think there's kind of an overlap here. I mean, some RIPE NCC staff don't feel comfortable pushing their ideas or views out into the community. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword.
True, but on one hand, you have, for example, like a proposal that would change a policy within the database itself. And then on the other hand, you have technical suggestions, for example, NTRMD4 or client certificates for authentication, where their knowledge and their ability to push that to us, and to at least bring it to our attention, would be hugely beneficial.
Yes.
For example.
Yeah.
Rüdiger Volk. It seemed to me that your slides had a lot of details that maybe actually a little bit hard and wrong to put all together in one pot. And I'm not able to go through all of them. And I think there certainly are problems, and I think it is important to use the word in the plural. And the various problems are relevant for potentially different people. So let me at least point out something that I think was not in your sketch. In some cases, the frustrations with the NWI process that I personally had was that in some cases there was actually quite some activity in discussion, and kind of what I think would be very appropriate is to make sure that for progressing stuff one puts out a schedule with milestones, and one makes sure that actually for each milestone a summary of the current understanding of someone like the chairs or a discussion leader for a specific item gives and removes the necessity for going through all the mails of the last 6 weeks to figure out what has been said and figure out for everyone the personal evaluation of what probably is the common understanding. If 10 people are trying to do this, we might actually end up with 11 pictures. And kind of for getting actual involvement of community, it is important to have a few people who really actively drive the considerations, but community actually means you need the observation and consensus from a wider population. And I think that's really important. And getting the consensus in that sense really would use a lot of help from getting summaries at the critical milestones. And I think that hasn't been organized so far. It's actually real work for someone.
Well, this is how we've worked in the past, and the problem there is when you don't get a discussion, there is nothing to summarize. Somebody came up with an idea or highlighted a problem, and nobody else really cares, but it's something that technically, if you fixed it, it would make the product better.
Well, kind of, if nobody cares, well, okay, there is one single person who has a problem.
No, many of you may have the problem. Most of you just read his comment and thought, yeah, that's okay.
Yeah, kind of, whether you take silence as consent or dissent, kind of, yeah, well, okay, that's a wild guess. And in fact, I would say I feel much safer, really security, if no active consent about a change is achieved. If that does not happen, even in the version of nobody talks about it.
That gives you a technical freeze. That's where we
well,
are.
okay, sure. Stability. Well, okay, people who are concerned about security usually prefer stability.
And they will speak up.
Yeah, and yeah, at the times back a couple of years, when the database team decided that they wanted to be agile and not tell the community that they just messed around with the software again, yeah, I was in big ways hit. Yeah, and we had heavy discussions and made sure that we got the test environment, so we actually can make sure that changes are fine. And for more policy-oriented stuff, yes, yeah, just being agile per se is not necessarily better.
You know, the problem with that approach is that human nature is that if you don't like something, you speak up. If something's fine, you don't bother saying anything. And that's why with a lot of these issues that nobody objects to, nobody says anything. But they think, if you did it, I'd probably use that feature.
I can say that I mostly agree with Dennis here. It's for the things that don't have much discussion. I do, even if I don't give input, because I don't feel like I have time or energy to write an email. I do generally read it all, and like if I disagree with it, then I will speak up. Or if I agree with it a lot, then I will probably speak up as well.
That's exactly the point. A lot of people do read the mailing list, but they don't speak about it.
But there are a few cases where there's a lot of discussion, where there's too much discussion for much, and like when you can have like so much text about this one thing, and it's just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Well, GeoFeed was a good example of that, but that's because a lot of people actually really wanted it, so they spoke up.
Yeah, but then you reach a point. I'm not sure if it was GeoFeed or if it was the thing about removing personal data, but where it gets so much that you just like people just check out, and like I took a break from interacting on the database working group mailing list because I couldn't handle it. It was just too many emails, too much, and it was it's like either there's no discussion or there's way too much.
Yeah.
A way to vote, or if possible, just a way to say like, okay, for shares maybe earlier say, okay, this is not going anywhere. Like, let's summarize this and then just not continue this specific like part of it anymore because like it's not going anywhere. Okay, that's it.
Yeah. So the last two commenters, and then we'll wrap it up for today.
Peter Hustler, one of my frustrations with the NWI work was that there was a lot of discussion in the beginning, and then because nothing happened, I felt demotivated and like, well, if the community doesn't care, well, I don't care to spend my time on this. And even though for several of those, I can't remember which ones, so I have to look back in archives, I felt like we had achieved consensus on several of them, but there was no declaration of consensus that was made. And so there was no progress being made. So like, okay, if we're not going to do anything, I'm not going to do anything. So why should I care? And then also, unfortunately, over the last few years, we've had a pandemic. It's been time consuming. It's been taking a lot of mental energy from a lot of people. And so a lot of activity in the last three-ish years has dropped because of this.
This issue predates the pandemic.
Yeah, it predates the pandemic. Pandemic made it a lot worse.
And the reason we didn't get consensus on some of those issues is because you get a comment, 3 months later you get another comment, 2 months later you get another comment. Can you really lump those comments from months ago together and say, well, now we have a consensus because 3 months ago somebody said that?
I would respond with, at the very beginning of NWI, there'd be like 10 emails within a week. All of them were positive. Nobody had any objections. Nobody had any concerns. They wanted to mention on the main list, and then nothing happened. And that was where I got discouraged.
Yeah.
Separately from it.
Um, Peter, I think, was pointing in some of his comments about at some point a summary was missing, which kind of matches a point I made earlier. And Dennis, your question, well, if with 2 months time in between, 5 comments come in, how figure we out what the consensus is? Well, if the 5 comments all were saying, yes, this specific document is fully endorsed by me, well, okay, the message is easy and clear. And Mark, it is referencing a very specific, clearly defined text. If you have a discussion with 5 comments over whatever time or 25 comments over some other time, and they all are contributing some idea. The interesting question is, well, okay, what is the supposed text or that actually codifies what people are agreeing about? In IETF, the procedures are you essentially are working on an internet draft as a text that has multiple sequential versions, and the consensus process is to work on that document. And when the last call is made, it is quite clear what the consensus call is. And the comments that come in then may be detailed arguments, and the chair of a working group is empowered to say, well, okay, yes, these various comments are fine and covered by what's in the text, or these comments are not really irrelevant or something, and one has clear thing. With the NWI process, we do not have that reference document. And by the way, actually, in the PDP, we have a similar problem. I think that's something that actually has to be dealt with. With the existing processes, just saying, well, okay, take silence as consent, I think that is not sufficient to actually improve process and output.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis. Up next, RIPE database use cases. Maria from RIPE NCC.
Hello, everyone. My name is Maria Stafila. I'm a senior legal counsel at the RIPE NCC, and I'm here to present you some observations that we made from certain RIPE database use cases. Our goal is to present and create an awareness on how we have seen the RIPE database being used and interpreted, and more specifically, how information was misinterpreted and the confusion that arose consequently. So how did we get here? We made these observations from various use cases. Namely, we have seen published research about the location of specific resources while using RIPE database information, from binding and non-binding LEA requests and orders, and also requests for information from other stakeholders on how to use the RIPE database. We have grouped and analyzed the use case, and we will present them per category or attribute of information that was used by the user. But before we dive into the different categories, just a reminder of the big picture here, that the RIPE database is there to provide information about the registration of specific internet number resources. Different objects are available to show who the responsible party is for what resources and how the resources are being used. And also it is a co-maintained database, meaning the RIPE database, the RIPE NCC maintains only certain data, the rest is by the resource holders themselves. Now, the first category is regarding the location of a resource or a resource holder, and the attributes that were used were the country and the address. So first of all, the country attribute, we see it in organization objects and in INETNAM and INET6NAM objects. So first of all, with regards to the organization objects, as Ed mentioned, since we implemented NWI 10, in organization objects that are referencing resources that are co-maintained by the RIPE NCC, for example, an organization object of a member, then the RIPE NCC maintains the country attribute and it will point to the country where the resource holder is legally based. We have included links to the implementation plan and the impact of the first phase here. Whereas in organization objects that are referencing resources that are not co-maintained by the RIPE NCC, for example, organization object of a customer of a member, the resource holders themselves maintain the country attribute and they are allowed to insert whatever code suits their needs. Again, as Ed mentioned, initially when we implemented it, NWI 10, nobody could edit the country code in these organization objects, but later on we changed the practice so that we bring alignment with the rest non-RIPE NCC maintained data. In ITNAM objects, it is always maintained by the resource holders themselves, and they are allowed to edit it as they see fit. So when country attributes are allowed to be edited by the resource holders, there is no definition to what country this attribute should refer to. There has been recently a discussion in the database working group with different views on the matter, and there was no clear definition or the need for a definition was not agreed by the entire working group. Now the use case and what we have seen happening, we have seen research using the country codes inserted in INETNAM objects in order to tie specific resources to a specific country. From our point of view, this was not an accurate interpretation of the RIPE database information because there is no agreed definition how this attribute should be used. So in our initial response, we explained the difference between the types of the country codes and who is responsible, the country attributes, excuse me, who is responsible for maintaining them, for what purposes they might be used, and what is the process for updating RIPE NCC maintained data. We have also recently published a RIPE Labs article explaining all about country codes in the RIPE database. Now, the second attribute that was used in the first category is the address in an organization object, which is in all cases maintained by the resource holders themselves. There is the address could point to the postal address of the resource holder. However, there is no strict definition, and anyone can update it as they see fit, which could result in having varying contact details, address details in an organization object, especially in an organization object with co-maintained resources with a RIPE NCC, where the country attribute is maintained by us. The address might point to a different country from where the country attribute points to. So for example, the country code points to country A, whereas the address details point to country B. We have received questions on how to read and interpret this information, what the address should point to, about the validity of the data, and what can we do with regards to this. Overall, we saw confusion and uncertainty about the validity, correctness, and the value of this data. So just to summarize a bit the difference between the objects, the attributes, and who is maintaining what, we have included this table here where we are explaining the differences and who is responsible for maintaining this information. And of course, we will be following any discussions that are relevant and are happening in the working group, and we remain at your disposal if you need any support from us. The second category is regarding resource holdership, and the attributes that were used were the org type and the status attributes. So each organization object has a mandatory org type with the purpose to indicate the type of the organization and whether they are an LIR, RIR, or other. And each resource object has a mandatory status attribute with the purpose to indicate the hierarchy in the distribution chain and who is responsible for a particular resource. We have received binding and non-binding LEA requests and orders to take actions or provide information about resources that are mistakenly thought to be registered to a particular party. For example, requests for information about resources that have been registered by a member to one of their customers, or orders to take actions on resources that are not co-maintained by the RIPE-NCC. For example, a member has further allocated them to one of their customers. We believe that this was because the requesting party had misinterpreted the org type and the status attribute. So when they queried the RIPE database, they did not understand that they were not the ultimate holder of this block or the particular resources. So we are currently considering adding further clarifications, for example, a glossary on the web application of the RIPE database so that certain terms become clearer and it's easier for someone who is not familiar to understand what the information shows. And of course, if there are any other suggestions, we are here to hear them. And with that, that's the end of my presentation. So any questions?
Cynthia Röström again. I just want to say that I think the idea of a glossary is a good idea. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Massimo Candela, entity. Thank you, Maria, for the great presentation. Just a question. Since the country for INENAM is apparently will remain unspecified, if I understood correctly, can we make it optional?
I think this is for the working group to decide.
Yeah, it's just to show, because at the moment it's unspecified and mandatory, so it's a bit counter into the, you know.
Rüdiger Volk, I would agree with Massimo, and should we kick off an NVI?
With a vote system, yes.
All right.
Any other questions?
I see one more.
Peter Hessler, for the attributes that are maintained by the RIPE-NCC versus the attributes that are maintained by the community, would it make sense to have different labeling for that, so it becomes much more clear to somebody who's just looking briefly at the database that these are not the same thing, and that like one group is more controlled by one entity versus the other?
It is already visible in the database which attributes are maintained by the RIPE-NCC. They are highlighted, but perhaps I did not understand your question.
You can't see the highlights if you're using text-based whois. So you can, as far as I understand, you can only see that in the website.
Ed, feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, but you will see it on the website, right? Only on the website.
Yeah. Yeah. So my comment is more that having a different naming scheme for them could simplify that for users who are not generally users of the RIPE database.
We can think of that. Thank you.
I think there are more improvements that could be made there, but I don't think they apply to your thing. But if Peter and someone else wants to talk about this afterwards or on the mailing list, I'm happy to do so, because I also have some thoughts about this.
Dennis Walker, co-chair of the database working group. Just a quick point. If you're going to write a glossary, can we write a glossary not just of the RIPE database, but covering this industry, RIPE documents, policies? mean, I still cannot find anywhere a definition of an LAR, and yet it's used in all our documents. So can we have a wider glossary of terms that are used commonly in documents?
I will take that feedback internally.
Great, thank you so much. So at this point, we have any other business? We have about, what, 10, 15 minutes left. Is there anything else anyone wants to discuss about the database, proposals, anything we've talked about? If nobody comes up, Dennis is going to speak more. We have consensus. All right, well, with that, I want to take a minute and thank our stenographer for doing such great work. I want to thank our audio team in the back. Thank you. And let's also thank RIPE NCC and the Secretariat for all of their help on the presentations and for helping us out with the scribe. We'll look to see everybody in Rome and hopefully on the mailing list. If you haven't subscribed, please do. And look forward to seeing everybody next time. Thank you so much.